Okay. Good evening and welcome to the City of Roswell Mayor and City Council meeting of Monday, December 9th, 2024. I'm Mayor Kurt Wilson. Thanks for bearing with us this evening. We're a little bit late getting out of the work session. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues and council members present. Councilmember Sarah Beeson, Councilmember Christine Hall, Councilmember Lee Hills, Councilmember David Johnson, Councilmember and Pro Tem William Mortland, and Councilmember Alan Sells. At this time, I'll turn the meeting over to our City Administrator, Mr. Randy Knighton. Mr. Knighton will explain how the meeting is run.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson, and good evening, everyone. In accordance with Section Chapter 3.70 of the City Code, the City Council shall hold regular public meetings, and the purpose of City Council meetings are for the public to participate and speak on agenda items which constitute formal decisions by the elected body. These items are listed on the published agenda, which can be accessed via the city website prior to the meeting. This is a public meeting, and some items do require a formal public hearing. And a significant and important component of city council meetings are to hear directly from residents on items listed on the agenda. And residents are at the top of the organizational chart for the city of Roswell. Therefore, it is imperative that mayor and council contemplate each decision, that they hear from the residents. If you would like to speak on an item, we ask that you fill out a comment card, which are located at the back of the room, to ensure an accurate record of the meeting. We ask that everyone observe the principles of mutual respect and display the appropriate demeanor during the course of the meeting this evening, which is reflective of this great community. With respect to the proceedings, we ask that attention is given to the person speaking, and if it is necessary to have an independent conversation, we request that you exit the rear doors of the council chambers to the vestibule area. In addition, we ask that you silence any phones or electronic devices at this time. The mayor is the presiding officer and will ensure the orderly exchange of comments, questions, and discussion leading to decisions by the elected body. We encourage everyone in attendance and the viewing audience to visit the city website for meetings, events, and departmental information. We also encourage everyone to visit Roswell365.com for a calendar of events. Excuse me. There are a number of events upcoming in the city of Roswell which promote community, physical activity, and leisure as we all make Roswell the #1 family community in America. Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. As always, this evening we have the great privilege and pleasure of having Rabbi Chaim Schwartz of the Chabad of downtown Roswell to lead us in our invocation and moment of silence. Rabbi, the floor is yours, sir.
Almighty God, please bless the mayor, the council, and all the citizens of Roswell with health, prosperity, and peace of mind. May our leaders utilize these blessings to fulfill their unique role, fostering a harmonious society founded upon justice and kindness. After the Great Flood, God enshrined 7 unique directives to Noah and his descendants. Among them was the command to create moral societies governed by just laws based upon the recognition of a benevolent creator. Master of the universe, bless this council as they perform their sacred duty. Grant them the strength, clarity, and fortitude to enact laws and make decisions with an awareness of this directive as their guide. Also, in the story of the creation, all of the living beings were created in multiples. Only the creation of humanity was from a single individual. And because of this, because we all come from a single progenitor, no human being can claim superior ancestry over another. As we work together, this common ancestry helps foster a true sense of kinship in all our relationships. Almighty God, please aid us to nurture a sense of fellowship and cooperation amongst all the diverse communities and residents of this great city. And through each of our individual efforts, may we merit the culmination of our society in an era of peace and harmony, when, as stated in Isaiah, nation will not lift sword against nation, and neither will they learn war anymore. And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Rabbi, thank you for that outstanding prayer, and we'll see you on December the 30th at the heart of Roswell Park for the lighting of the menorah. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to ask United States Navy Lieutenant Commander Larry Flowers to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commander Flowers. Johnson, I'm going to ask you to stay right there as I ask the council to come down and join me for the first item under the mayor's report, which is the reading of a proclamation for the esteemed Veteran of Roswell Award. Proclamation, Office of the Mayor, Lieutenant Commander Larry Flowers, esteemed veteran. Whereas Lieutenant Commander Larry Flowers honorably served in the United States Navy for over 25 years, enlisting in August of 1982 at the age of 18. And whereas Lieutenant Commander Flowers completed basic training in Orlando, Florida, followed by advanced schooling in San Diego, California, where he graduated at the top of his class, and later went on to complete the Military Senior Enlisted Academy, SEA, for leadership. Upon the completion of those requirements and his business of bachelor degree, he received his commission as a Navy officer. And whereas Lieutenant Commander Flowers initially entered the Navy to serve as a finance officer, but was selected on September 26, 1985, for the prestigious Chief of Naval Operations CNO Special Projects, earning a top-secret Tier 5 clearance and completing advanced Phase 3 training at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and California. Whereas Lieutenant Commander Flowers' extraordinary career included numerous commendations, reflecting his dedication and achievements, including the 7th Fleet Special Projects Sailor of the Year in 1988, 6 Navy Good Conduct Medals, 3 Joint Service Commendation Medals, 5 Navy and Marine Corps Commendation Medals, 7 Navy and Marine Achievement Medals, the Unit Legion of Merit Medal, 4 Humanitarian Service Medals for operations in the Persian Gulf and Indian Ocean, the Navy Rifle Sharpshooter Ribbon and the Expert in Pistol Ribbon, and numerous other efficiency awards, letters of accommodations, and appreciation. And whereas during his distinguished career, Lieutenant Commander Flowers worked in highly classified military black operations, demonstrating his unwavering dedication to national security and the safety of his fellow citizens. And whereas after his retirement in 2007, with the rank of Lieutenant Commander, Lieutenant Commander Flowers continued to serve his community through active membership in the American Legion Post 201 in Alpharetta, Georgia, and Louise United Methodist Church, where his leadership and dedication continued to inspire others. Now, therefore, I, Curtin Wilson, Mayor of the City of Roswell, Georgia, do hereby name Lieutenant Commander Larry Flowers, an esteemed veteran of Roswell, and call upon all our citizens to recognize his outstanding service to our country and our community, and that there is no higher calling than those who serve in the United States Armed Forces. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for your
Mayor's Mayor. Mayor Wilson.
Hold it close.
To Mayor Wilson, to Roswell City Council, to all of my family and friends. I just want to say thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. A true American hero, Lieutenant Commander Larry Flowers. So before we go to the last item on the mayor's report, which is a list of upcoming events in the city of Roswell, a couple things. One is it's my wife's birthday today, December the 9th, and so she's asked me to come home at a reasonable hour. And tomorrow is Mr. Knighton's birthday, and I promised him we would be done. Yes, we'd be done by midnight, so we're going to do our best, Randy. You know, I just want to say, Liz, that we'll talk about several things, but, you know, the budget represents another step forward in the process of reallocating organizational resources to better meet the needs of the city and the projects driving its growth and resilience. Well, with the help of Randy and Linda Warren, we reviewed and modified the city's org chart, removing redundant and non-essential positions while recognizing talent ready for more responsibility. We've added significant skill, experience, and competence to our senior leadership in the form of a COO and CFO, while also promoting from inside 2 new deputy city managers, Jeff Leatherman and Sharon Izzo. While we believe people are our most important asset, we've also looked at our partnerships and the platforms we support, streamlining where necessary so those programs align with our current strategy and goals. Lastly, we are a 170-plus-year-old city, so we can no longer ignore our physical assets and the city's infrastructure, roads, utilities, facilities, parks, and not just the ones we are directly responsible for, but also those we share with the county and the state. 2025 will be a year marked by execution as we shift from the strategy to the tactical. Earlier this year, we publicly revealed the economic development strategy in a meeting just like tonight. We are proud tonight to revisit some of those goals as they become realities, as well as items fundamental to advancing our 2025 agenda. Tonight, you're going to hear about Hill Street. You're going to hear about Bowen and 92. You're going to hear about Summit. You're going to hear about the parking study. You're going to hear about, let's see, there's the preemption model on fire, et cetera. There's a lot of big items. As my city chief legal officer and city attorney said, just one of those items in the past would have been a major accomplishment for the year and would have been a lot of hoopla. And this council and senior staff is so accustomed to moving at such a fast pace and getting so much done, it's easy to overlook the significance of the accomplishments of this amazing senior staff team here at Roswell and the city council. and I would be remiss if I did not sing their praises as we will review several significant items to this city's future. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Lee Hills to share about upcoming events in the city of Roswell.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, you know where to go look, but I will remind you, Roswell365.com is where you can go check out what's happening in the city of Roswell or post your specific event if you've got a place of worship, your HOA, a nonprofit organization, or otherwise that you'd like to advertise some sort of event coming up in the near future. You can go on to Roswell365.com, register and make a free account, and then post your information right there for all to see. If you missed the tree lighting this past Friday night, you missed an extravagant event just loaded with love and fun and friendship. Please take sometime between now and the first of the year to go wander around, maybe take some pictures there, but it is lit up and ready for everybody to enjoy. Quite a few things coming up before we close out the year. We have a candy cane hunt at East Roswell Recreation Center. That is this Friday, December 13th at 6 p.m. Join us for a night of fun, including dinner and a flashlight at the candy cane hunt. Be sure to bring your flashlight and something to gather your candy canes in as we hunt for all types of treats. The deadline to register is December 12th, and look for Candy Cane Hunt on Roswell365.com. Also, we have at the Roswell Cultural Arts Center Friday through Sunday, that's this weekend, December 13th, 14th, and 15th, Atlanta Dance Theater's The Nutcracker. A journey back in time to a festive Christmas Eve party at the Stahlbaum's home under their fabulous Christmas tree. The party is grand, especially for Clara, who receives a beautiful nutcracker from her grandfather, Drosselmeyer. But when the clock strikes midnight, strange things begin to happen. Clara and her Nutcracker prince battle the Rat Queen, travel through the magical snow forest, and enjoy the amazing confectionery celebration with the Sugar Plum Fairy in the land of sweets. Santa will be on the square. That's our historic Roswell Town Square, Saturday, December 14th from noon to 3. And Sunday, December 22nd, from 1 to 4. You can take pictures with Santa and check out our beautiful trees decorated by local organizations and the community. The Roswell Winter Puppet Series is Trouble in Toyland. Roswell Cultural Arts Center hosts this show on December the 19th, which is a Thursday, December the 20th, and Saturday, December the 21st. Various times, you can check that out at Roswell365.com. This is Trouble in Toyland by Lee Bryan. It's Christmas Eve, but the toys aren't finished. Elves are on strike, and Santa has lost his laugh. Oh, and Rudolph has a runny nose. Will Christmas be canceled? Of course not. This show delivers holiday hijinks that is fun for the whole family. Search Trouble in Toyland, Roswell365.com. We also have at Roswell Cultural Arts Center, Saturday the 21st at 4 p.m., Joe Granson's Christmas with Friends. The most wonderful time of year is even more wonderful with this show. It's a holiday concert. Roswell's Granson comes home for the holidays and gives the jazzy big band treatment beloved holiday music. Joining Joe to help swing in the season is none other than the dashing diva, Robin Lattimore, with vocals that will warm your heart and soul. Wildly popular and fun for the whole family, don't miss this show, which will be the toast of the Christmas season. We have ongoing the Roswell Chris Kendall Market. That's at Bullock Hall. If you haven't checked that out, you should. Even if you don't know anything about a Chris Kendall Market, you can go over there and piddle around, enjoy the tree, the lights, the shopping. Lots to do over there. There's a shuttle available on Saturdays and Sundays if you park at the Baptist Church auxiliary parking lot between Mimosa, or the corner of Mimosa and Oxbow. And you can get a bite to eat or something to drink. Also to note, Hanukkah, the first day of Hanukkah is Thursday, December the 26th. And then on Monday, December the 30th, we will have a menorah lighting on the Heart of Roswell Park deck area there at 5:30. So that's December the 30th, which is a Monday at 5:30. And our very own, I think he may have had another pressing event, but Rabbi Chaim Schwartz from the Chabad of downtown Roswell will be presiding over that, I believe, with our esteemed mayor. And then one last thing, the square trees are turned on, they're lit up and decorated beautifully. They will be in all their glory until January the 2nd. You can go over there and take a spin through, take pictures, look at all the different decorations, many of which are handmade, and see who is sponsored this year. We've had an all-star turnout. So lots to do before we close out the year. Wishing you a very Merry Christmas and the best of all family fun, festivities, and holiday spirit. Back to you, Mayor.
Thanks, Lee. And I'm surprised you didn't mention the fantastic Christmas tree lighting that happened again on Friday, and thank you to all that were there. Thank you to the incredible work by the city, super talented team and staff that made such a great event. As I've heard again, it was like a Hallmark movie.
Yes.
Can't thank everybody enough for being there and just enjoying and bringing in the Christmas season and the holiday season, and what an amazing success the Christmas tree lighting was. And just as an aside, just a little item, that, believe it or not, took leadership from this staff, the senior staff, and the council. If you'll remember, the historic tree lighting was at the downtown square, and where we would have 100 to 150 people show up. And believe it or not, it was controversial to move it to the heart of Roswell Park, where the numbers, I think Jeff Leatherman, the numbers are about
3,000?
3 to 4,000 people. So that in itself is kind of a commitment of the leadership of this council and senior staff. So thank you very much. Thank you, Lee, for reading that. This is the last meeting of the year. So that's the end of the mayor's report. The first is the consent agenda. I'll ask the council if they have any questions or comments regarding the consent agenda. Being that there are none, I'll ask if there are any Roswell residents who have any comments or questions regarding the consent agenda. Being that there are none, I bring it back to the council for any final thoughts, comments, or questions. All right, very good. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion made by Councilmember Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Hills. Please, by a show of your hands, show if you're in favor of approving the consent agenda. Let the record show that the consent agenda passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you very much. Next is the regular agenda, and we have several items, and let me apologize. I hope you guys show the video. You can see there's several major items that have to be covered tonight, so I know if your item is not one of these, forgive us for taking a little time. The first item is in reference to the Bowen Road and Highway 92 Economic Development Project. The mayor and council are requesting that the Roswell Development Authority pursue an economic development project for property the city owns at Bowen Road and Highway 92. Mayor and council have set conditions for the sale and redevelopment of the property that include reserving 2.5 acres of the 8.73 acre parcel for civic use for the city. This property will likely be used for a fire station. However, the mayor and council have not made a final decision on the use of the property at this time, because that has to be formal, obviously. Selling the remaining 6.23 acres of land for the same or greater price of $4.5 million that the city paid for the property in 2023. The sale agreement for the 6.23 acre limits the use of the property to youth sports, performance training, outdoor recreation, and restaurant with no drive-through. The sale of the property must be completed by March 31st, 2025, or the resolution will expire unless the city council extends it. The RDA has the authority through state law to pursue economic development projects in the city of Roswell. The request the mayor and council are making through the resolution is consistent with the goals and objectives of their economic development strategy. Just a little background, the Roswell City Council unanimously approved the purchase of the 8.73 acre site at Bowen Road and Highway 92 from Christ United Methodist Church during a special called meeting just last year on November 1st, 2023. During that meeting, council discussed uses of the property. Many of the comments focused on park and recreation type uses, but left the opportunity open for commercial development. Since that time, the city acquired the former Crabapple Middle School site from Fulton County School District in February of 2024. This site is better suited to expand City of Roswell indoor and outdoor recreation programs due to its proximity to Roswell Area Park. At this time, the first item is under the administration, and the administration liaison is Councilmember Christine Hall. Councilmember Hall, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm very excited to bring this first item forward to kick off this exciting evening of many, many items to come. Item number 1, approval of a resolution pertaining to a city-owned property located at Bowen Road and Highway 92.
Thank you, Christine. City Attorney, Chief Legal Officer David Davidson, would you read the item, please, sir?
Thank you. This is a resolution to authorize the Roswell Development Authority to enter into negotiations on city-owned property located at Bowen Road and Highway 92. If approved, this is the reading.
Thank you, David, very much. Does council have questions or comments on this matter? Being that there are none, I will ask, do any Roswell residents have any comments on this matter? Thank you very much. Know that since no Roswell residents don't want to comment on this particular matter, I bring it back to council. Any additional thoughts, comments, or questions? Councilmember Beeson.
I just wanted to flag, I realize I've gotten some feedback from some folks as well, kind of like, where did this come from, or what are we looking at? I will say just personally from my perspective specifically, look forward to retaining the 2 acres of property. That was
2.5.
2.5 acres of property. That was my intention from the beginning. Was I don't know that we had an ideal plan from the beginning other than that 2.5 acres. And I say that for being public safety liaison. I hope that we can one day use this for a future fire station, for future development. But I do realize as well that could be the decision of a future mayor and council or a future administration, and don't want to necessarily tie us into that quite yet. But I do look forward to future development at this property. Also understanding as well, we've gotten feedback from residents over years who abut the property or surround the area, kind of discussing things that they would not like to see in that area. So some of them are a lot more intense in terms of their use compared to what has been presented to mayor and council. So I think this looks a lot more neighborhood serving and something that's a little bit more flexible for the surrounding residents as well. So therefore, I'm good with moving forward with it through the RDA.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson. And just, it is my belief that you will have the item of the fire station proposal for Bowen and 92 come to you in early 2025. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Thank you very much. With that being said, Councilmember Hall, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Mayor. Motion to approval of the resolution pertaining to a city-owned property located at Bowen Road and Highway 92.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Is there a second to Councilmember Hall's motion? Seconded by Councilmember Sells. Please, by a show of hands in the affirmative up, show if you're in favor of the motion made by Councilmember Hall and seconded by Councilmember Sells. Let the record show that the motion passes, the resolution passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you very much. Councilmember Hall, would you read the next item under administration, please?
Yes,
By the way, let me stop you there for a second. Sorry. Bear with me one second, Christine. This is Hill Street, right? Yes, okay. All right, so this project is a letter of intent with the Hill Street Roswell Investment Group. The city of Roswell has entered into an LOI, letter of intent, with Atlantic Companies Roswell Manager, LLC, to build a transformational mixed-use development on Hill Street between Atlanta Street and Ellis Street. The plan initiation is an LOI signed by Atlantic Companies and will be countersigned by the city after approval by council. The project manager, consultants, and involved parties are the mayor and council and the city attorney, the Roswell Economic Development Team, Sear World LLC. The key dates are obviously today, December 9th, 2024, council meeting, as having this as an agenda item, the LOI. Council consideration to enter into an LOI with the Atlantic Companies Roswell Manager, LLC, to develop the Hill Street mixed-use project located between Hill Street and Ellis Street. A new development project is poised to transform property directly adjacent to Roswell City Hall, enhancing economic development and bringing new revenue streams into the city to help keep property taxes low for residents. The city of Roswell will be entering into an LOI with Atlantic Companies Roswell Manager, LLC, to build a first-class mixed-use development between Atlanta Street and Ellis Street. The original 1.3-acre, mostly multifamily development plan was approved in Roswell City Council in 2019, but after Mayor Kurt Wilson took office in January 2022, he entered into an innovative renegotiation, the team did, with the developer to craft a proposed project that is much more beneficial for the city of Roswell. The footprint of this new mixed-use project is bordered by Hill Street to the north, Atlanta Street to the west, and Ellis Street to the east. The site includes both developer-owned property as well as property owned by the City of Roswell at 39 Hill Street, the present location of the Roswell Police Department. This project, currently referred to as the Hill Street Mixed-Use Development, is proposed to feature both commercial and residential space, as well as plentiful parking. With the city's recent bond-funded purchase of a new public safety headquarters and 911 center, the Roswell Police Department and Emergency Services will move from their current location to the new sites, making way for the Hill Street Mixed-Use Development. The reimagined Hill Street Mixed-Use Development will be an integrated first-class mixed-use development featuring a total of approximately 80,000 square feet of commercial space that will include office, retail, and restaurant space, a maximum of 143 multifamily apartments and 14 for-sale townhomes brownstones. Approximately 485 parking spaces to be paid for by the city, which will accommodate both residents and visitors to this development. The city is requiring that the commercial space planned along Hill Street and at the corner of Atlanta Street be built before any residential units are occupied. A key feature of the city's negotiation with the Hill Street Roswell Investment LLC are the new streams of revenue the development will bring into the city to help offset taxes. This unique feature of the LOI benefits the city in a variety of ways. One, lease payment revenue. The developer will enter into a long-term lease agreement with the city or its downtown development authority for the property it owns. Rent payments from the lease agreement will be based on the appraised value of the land at $8.39 million, less land to be sold to the developer for the townhouses multiplied by an 8% rent factor. Two, the city will also participate in the success of the project through percentage rent payments and the sale and refinancing of the project if that occurs. Three, parking revenue. The city or downtown development authority will own and operate the 485 planned parking spaces, which include 350 structured spaces and 135 service spaces, which includes reconfigured street parking along Hill Street. Four, property tax revenue. Although city-owned properties are exempt from property taxes, the developer will be required to make payment in lieu of taxes, it's called a pilot, to the city for city-owned properties that they will be leasing, which phase in over time. There will be no tax abatement for the multifamily or townhouse components. Five, there will be an additional development payment to the city. Hill Street Roswell Investment LLC will also pay the city $400,000 in public purpose payments to be used in the project area when the project is substantially complete. The creative renegotiation of the development demonstrates that this city leadership's team, the council, and the city staff commitment to bring new revenues into the city in an effort to keep property taxes low, as well as continue funding new revenue streams while infusing new energy into the city's economic development goals. There's a lot more to cover, but I'm going to let my good friend, Councilmember Hall, now introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 2, approval of a letter of intent, LOI, pertaining to a development project on Hill Street. And this will be presented by Deputy
City Administrator, I know it's so hard.
Deputy City Administrator Jeff Leatherman. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Just trying to get.
Are you touching on background,
I will.
the specifics of the LOI and the lease agreement? Yes, sir. I'm going to just pause the meeting for just a second because live stream is not working. So I got to make sure the live stream's working so everybody at home can see it. So bear with us 1 second. All right, thank you. All right, Jeff, we're back on. While Jeff is going through that, I'll read some additional points on background. The original Hill Street development, mixed-use development, was approved by the City Council on September the 9th, 2019. Under that approved plan, the development would have featured 96 multifamily apartments and 10,092 square feet of commercial space on 1.294 acres. The project was approved for 4 stories. The density for development would have been 74 units per acre. After the mayor and council members took office in January 2022, they began to renegotiate the planned mixed-use development with Hill Street Roswell Investment, LLC. In November 2022, Roswell voters overwhelmingly approved $180 million in bonds, which included funding a new public safety headquarters and 911 center for the Roswell Police Department. The current Roswell Police Department officers and 911 center are located at 39 Hill Street, behind and adjacent to the original approved Hill Street mixed-use development. The approval of the bonds and the new public safety headquarters and 911 center enabled the city to work with the developer to reimagine the planned mixed-use development, which included the police department building and parking lot located at 39 Hill Street. Jeff, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to bring this item. And, as the mayor mentioned earlier, this is truly a team sport of economic development. It takes a tremendous amount of effort from the people behind me and to my left. I want to thank our Economic Development Director, Daryl Conley, for all of his work. Of course, we have our consultant, Peter Sorkoff, who is also here, the team and the bench behind him. But truly, all of our technology, our finance, and our operations team have all been involved in this project really for the better part of the last 18 months to 2 years. And as the mayor went through a lot of the details that are in the LOI and in the negotiations, I just wanted to provide some personal reference of the complicated nature of this project and why it was so important for the mayor to read through some of those details. Before I joined the city of Roswell, I was involved in a different economic development project that was roughly 2,500 acres, about 3,000 homes involved. And I will tell you that my experience and watching the team negotiate this is a much more complicated negotiation than what I saw at a previous position because of the work that we're doing and the intention behind the work that we have with our economic development strategy. This is truly hard work. And we have the opportunity to transform our community. We're making 30 and 40-year decisions when we start to negotiate for the redevelopment of properties and property owned by the city of Roswell in this case. And we want to get that decision right. We have a very limited resource in our commercial development, and I know the council will probably at some point get tired of me showing the same slides that you'll see here in a moment, but we have a challenge ahead of us. This site, as the mayor has described, you can see City Hall there in the background, is the Public Safety Center there on the right-hand side. You see our beautiful water tower in the center of the project. This represents the area that we're talking about so that everybody clearly identifies the Hill Street, Highway 9, and Ellis intersection. We're talking about 6 acres there on the corner of that property just across from City Hall. Some photos kind of representative of the area that we're talking about, the old Hicks Automotive site along Highway 9, again, the old sign shop if you're familiar with Hill Street, all part of this project along with our Public Safety Center. And as the mayor alluded to, and I don't want the point to be missed, part of the catalyst for this project is the bond that our voters approved, allowing our Public Safety Center to be able to transition into an ideal location for them as they continue to grow, freeing up this property for our use as a redevelopment strategy moving forward. We'll talk a lot about the tools that we have within our quiver, if you will. One of them is where do we own property and how do we leverage that property for the benefit of the city and the community? And this is one of those prime examples. The item before you just a moment ago, Bowen and 92, yet another example of our economic development strategy at play here in the city of Roswell. For those not familiar with the ownership of the site, the city owns what I'll say the purple and the yellow portions. The developer owns the blue and the green portion. And as the mayor described, there's some land swap and some land use agreements that we'll go into a little bit further in the presentation. But this is the overall site view of the property that we're talking about and the overall 6 acres that we're considering for redevelopment. As an economic development overview, we look at a number of our projects and we try to understand what the value is for the community. And this was just a portion of our SWOT analysis that we went through in understanding how do we tackle this project for the benefit of the community. And we ask ourselves the question, is this property located in a priority corridor of the city? And we answered that question in June and July of this year as we started to talk about the economic development strategy of the city in our downtown district. Is the property located in a priority economic development planning area? Is it going to support our overall strategy? Are we working with a willing property owner that is looking to redevelop and invest in the city of Roswell? The property owner has the skills, experience, the ability, and the financial capital to redevelop the proposed project, which in this case we have vetted this developer and can confidently say that they in fact do. The property is ideal for redevelopment, including vacant and underutilized buildings. And just pulled a couple of anecdotal pieces. This property, from a tax perspective, generates about $28,000 a year in property taxes as it currently sits right now. And the mayor went through a number of pilot programs and land use, and the value to benefit ratio of its current status is quite significant when you think about the overall deal structure. It creates additional tax revenue for the city, and the city owns property within the proposed planning area, and that helps us to facilitate development moving forward. And so this truly did check quite a few boxes as we start to approach how do we best leverage our time as the city and our talents as the city to help support redevelopment in our community. We will talk about the downtown, midtown, uptown, and east side, and I think as the mayor rightly represented, we are transitioning from strategy into implementation. We have 2 projects before you in 2024 as we turn the scales into 2025. We're going to be talking about downtown. I can't wait to be talking about midtown and, of course, the east side and uptown on various projects that we will have moving forward in our community in the near future. All very exciting. The challenge before us, as I said, this is a team sport with our economic development team. We take out essentially all of the blue area. That's all of our residential community here in the city of Roswell. So we have our neighborhoods that we protect and truly are super important to the city. We have a vibrant park system because we have a great neighborhood system. We have a vibrant public safety community with our police and fire because of our residential neighborhoods and the support that we have across the entire city of Roswell, which brings a lot of challenges into our economic development strategy. We have roughly 15% of our property that we need to activate. And so every time that we bring forward a decision, whether it be for community development or in this case for economic development, we want to make sure that we get it right on behalf of the community, but also that we're leveraging every square inch of the property to its highest and best use for the community to enjoy, to experience, but also to leverage from a tax basis perspective. Just as a reminder, we were here on July 29th of 2024, outlining our strategy. We're taking that strategy from the picture that Peter Sorkoff painted for us in developing of our overall economic development plan, and now we're activating it in a very real way. And this is just one component of the 4 areas, again, downtown, midtown, uptown, and the east side. You see here on the map the main pinnacle points, the Green Street project connecting into our Hill Street, which we're talking about tonight. Southern Post, very exciting, as we had the ribbon cutting a couple of months ago, is up and running. And our Founders Park, we cut a portion of the ribbon for the driveway and the second floor of Mimosa. Plus, this mayor and council has funded Founders Park to the tune of about $5 million for development in fiscal year 25. So we are investing in our downtown, but as I said earlier, you will soon see some other projects in our midtown, east side, and uptown. So all very exciting work. We also talked about kind of the connectivity at that same presentation of where do all of these puzzle pieces fit. And you could see Hill Street as it starts to transition our downtown area south. And this project is truly positioned to help redevelopment along the Highway 9 corridor. When you think about only $28,000 worth of tax revenue being generated on a vital corridor, on a vital corner here in our downtown area, this is exciting to be able to bring this project forward, and we obviously have more to come. The original project in 2019 was really just tucked in the corner of this project. It started with 96 entitled apartments and had about 10,000 square feet of commercial space. I will allow Peter a little bit later in the presentation to really talk about how the massing has been put together and how this transforms this corridor, but this is really was looked at as essentially a one-off project. And what we know that our community is looking for is they're looking for walkability, they're looking for experience, they're looking for an exciting place to live and to experience and to grow and to play. And this project on the corner didn't deliver on those promises and those commitments that we're looking for from the community. The project that we have before you, we believe, does, and we're very excited to show, again, some more of the details. Just as a reminder, these are the project parcels that we're talking about. I'm going to allow Mr. Sorkoff to go over through some of the finer points of the project, as he's been, of course, instrumental in the negotiations with the team to provide some more details for you all. But I just want to leave you with this. In 2019, we had an entitled project of 96 apartments. We have the advantage with this project of reducing density from the 2019 project from 74 multifamily units to 24 units per acre. We have the opportunity to increase commercial usage and introduce townhomes into this project. The city desires a catalytic project, mixed-use project consistent with our economic development strategy, and we desire a long-term revenue stream for the city of Roswell. This project also includes expanding our parking services model that we talked about at our work session today, and will be another tool that we use as part of our economic development strategy. With that, I have the pleasure of turning it over to Mr. Sorkoff, who will run through the final slides. And again, thank you for allowing me to represent the city tonight and the team behind me. They truly did tremendous work. And of course, the team up here on the dais for all of your involvement and your patience and your engagement in this process.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Well, it is in fact exciting to be back here about 6 months later, being able to actually deliver a project that I knew for a lot of people probably felt pie in the sky. This was a 6-year-old project when we started to get involved with it that had many, many iterations and sort of a lot of different ups and downs as it was trying to be brought to fruition. Of course, all of that was dramatically exasperated by capital markets freezing up like we've talked about previously. So I think this is really kind of a monumental moment, not just for this project, but what this project will represent as another exemplar of development like Southern Post is to the broader market and to capital at large to see that Roswell is in fact open for business and that you can do business in Roswell from a development perspective. I want to touch on one other thing that Jeff said that I think is really, really important because we're going to get into some of the financials and how did we arrive at the deal points that we've arrived at. And it is an extraordinarily complex deal. But I think what we heard when we first got engaged talk about this is Roswell was very, very interested in placemaking. And how could we take our downtown and start to create places that, yes, were centers for commerce and, yes, provided more places for people to live and different kinds of housing product for different kinds of people. But maybe more importantly, how could we create places where people could congregate, not just come, park, eat at a restaurant, get back in your car and go back to wherever you came from, but actually places where you could walk around, linger, enjoy what Roswell is, not just sort of geographically, but what it is as a place and as a form of culture. And we really think that this project actually delivers on that now in this much more expanded space. So here are some of the finer points, and I'm going to sort of move through these relatively expeditiously so that if there are questions, we can kind of get to those, and I don't drone on for an hour and 45 minutes about this project. I promise not to do that. As you can sort of see, there are both commercial space involved in this, up to 80,000 or approximately 80,000 square feet, which will come in the form of office, general commercial, as well as restaurants. I think what we're really excited about is the possibility of more retail in downtown Roswell, as really we're a very, very restaurant-focused market right now, which is fantastic, but I think it would be great if there was time to be able to shop, so you came, ate, or came and shopped first and then ate, and we get a larger capture of people's wallet. The land swap is also an important component of this. It was sort of ironic. We roughly had 1.3 acres, which you can see is the interior piece of this project in yellow. We are swapping that yellow for the green, which is a much superior piece of land. It was roughly a $2 million delta in the value of that swap that the city took advantage of and was the benefactor of. And then the ground lease terms. So ground leases can be tricky at the best of times, but when you're also including land swaps as part of a ground lease, I'll try to kind of take you through the general formula of how you arrive at a ground lease and what that means for the city financially. So the ground lease is based on 4.57 acres, which was appraised at $8.399 million. And essentially what the development team agreed to is a rent factor of 8%. So there is a stabilization period for the development, meaning when a shovel goes in the ground, the developer will have 20 months rent-free on that ground lease so that they can actually construct the project. After 20 months, the ground lease will kick in. We know that at some point there is some land, as Jeff referenced, that is going to get sold to the developer on a simplified basis to be able to build those townhouses and those brownstones so that they don't sit on ground lease property, which would significantly devalue them on the open or general market. It would be tough to buy a townhouse and not actually own the dirt underneath of it until you were basically betrothed to whenever that purchase option came for that ground lease. So we're going to avoid that, but I think for the simplicity tonight, I'm just going to talk about the 4.57 acres and the $8.399 million valuation. Again, just to clarify, when land gets sold, those proportions will change, but for the simplicity of understanding the ground lease. At a rent factor of 8, the ground lease on those 4.57 acres to the city would generate about $680,000 a year in lease payments that would come directly to the city. Forecast on taxes, again, is a little tricky because we don't know exactly what the proportions of those 80,000 square feet are going to look like today, but I can say it's probably close to tenfold the $28,000 that we're currently earning as a city in taxes on the properties as they currently exist. So I would imagine that we'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000 a year in property taxes as it relates to what's going to go on the site. So really sort of net benefit at that point is probably close to $900,000 a year in new revenue to the city. That's on top of providing new housing, new commercial opportunities, and frankly, as I said earlier, a place-based opportunity for families and people to come and congregate, to shop, to eat, but also to sit in green spaces and purpose-built areas for people to just actually wander around and sort of spend time together in our downtown. The parking portion of this is also interesting, and I know we're talking a little bit earlier in the workshop about parking and why we sort of have to get numbers around parking and to actually have a business plan and a business model around parking. This project would unequivocally not occur if the city was not willing to step into the breach on parking. Deals like this are very, very difficult to pencil in today's environment, and parking is expensive, and it's usually not the forte of developers to take it on and to also operate it long-term. Some do, but really it's not the core competency of most developers to take large structured parking on like that. So in this instance, as we looked at this project, we looked at a lot of different iterations. At one point, we looked at subterranean parking, which was very, very expensive, and landed on basically what we think will be a 350-space structured parking deck that sits on the site. That parking deck would be owned, operated by the city. The funds from that parking, both on monthly to the residential and to the business owners, as well as variable parking for people just coming to use the restaurants and to shop, would all come to the city as well. That's why we really need to understand what are we going to be charging for parking and how, in fact, are we going to charge for parking, as those parking revenues would then essentially fund revenue-based bonds, meaning we would not have to go out to the taxpayer and ask them to essentially fund general obligation bonds to be able to move projects like this forward. So that's how we've arrived at the parking component. Again, I think where we are from a design perspective, that parking deck could get a little smaller, could get a little bigger, but I think roughly 350 spaces is what we believe is going to come online. There will be another 135 spaces that would be street level that would come online to support the project. Some of those would be currently at City Hall, which would just get reorientated away from City Hall and actually across to Hill Street, so that parking is really proximal to both the restaurants and the retail that's there. So it feels like you can just pull up right next to the restaurant and get out, or to that shop, pop in, do your shopping, and then be on your way again. What does it in fact look like? I'll show you that in one moment. I do want to just talk about the Atlantic companies. This is a 35, 40-year-old development group who's done very large-scale projects around the southeast. 2 Peachtree downtown is actually a project that they're embarking on right now. You can see 8 West Midtown Atlanta. Also, interestingly enough, they were involved in building Tech Village for Georgia Tech, which is fundamental to essentially the rebirth of Midtown, and then they've also worked in Brunswick, Norcross, as well as Charleston and in Charlotte. So this is a very experienced group. We're very comfortable with their sources of capital. Their equity partners have been vetted as well. So we know that this is a project that can actually come together. The construction schedule is 20 months in a single phase, which is also important because it allows us to get to complete stabilization in a single period. As I said, they won't pay rent for the first 20 months, and then their rent factor actually starts at 5 in year 1, moves to 6 in year 2 while they stabilize and lease up, and then moves to 8% for the remaining 96 years of the lease. There is a 2.75% escalator that runs on that lease year over year as well, and I think Jeff had talked about some of the other revenue streams. There's 2% to the city should they refinance, and 5% to the city when they beat their pro forma goals by 10%. So some upside for the city to be able to participate. The better that this development does, the better the city does, because we are in fact a partner on the project. Okay, what are the actual limitations? Right now, the current drawings are for 135 multifamily units. They are allowed a max of 143, which across 6 acres takes our density from 96 units per 1.3 acres to about 24 per 1.3, so significantly de-densifying the project and actually, again, moving that across a full 6 acres. The flexibility on commercial building sizes, I think we have a diagram I'm going to show you right now. I would imagine that it's safe to say somewhere between 10% in either direction is about what we would expect to see. But really, this is meant to keep Hill Street very walkable and to keep a cityscape or a streetscape that feels very much like Roswell feels right now. It's not meant to mirror Canton Street because Canton is Canton, and I don't think you're ever going to go master plan and make another one of those, but it's certainly taking a lot of the DNA that makes Canton special and tries to honor that in terms of how Hill Street is orientated, with the hope that catalytically, this then actually kicks off the redevelopment of a larger area and starts to move south, as Jeff was sharing. Okay, the picture you've all been waiting for. This is essentially the project. Building A sits on the corner of Hill Street and Alpharetta. I think the expectation is that's probably a restaurant on ground level, an office above it, and probably a rooftop environment. There is a second building, the B building, which is likely another restaurant and heavy retail. You can see a common area in the middle that's a grass space that would be a congregating space for folks. That building that sits directly on Hill Street on the north side is likely a jewel box, meaning that it's glass and something that you can kind of see through from Hill Street so that you can see the green space behind it. 2 other buildings, D and E, just sort of flank the west side of what would be an adaptive use of the police station. The police station, the jail would come down, and some of the sort of outbuildings around the police station, those all go away. And then we've got our parking deck for 350 spaces, which is flanked on both the west side and the east side by brownstones. These are no garages in the front, no garages in the back. It's expected that these landowners would actually have essentially an HOA agreement with the city, so they would rent their parking just outside of their units inside the parking deck at ground level. That starts to create a completely different streetscape on Ellis and gives a bit of a sort of downtown living feel, but those would be for sale properties. Lastly, the multifamily in the back works around the water tower, which we think could be repainted and turned into something that feels maybe a little bit more iconic, reflects a little bit more of the heritage and sort of the history of the city, and welcomes people to what we would like to coin the Hill Street District. I would also let you know that right now the developer is also very interested in being able to use the common spaces in the multifamily, meaning the pool deck and the amenities there. There's a 2-story gym, there's a co-working space at ground level. So those folks who are potentially living in the brownstones or working in the restaurants, retail, or in the office space would potentially be able to buy memberships, meaning that the multifamily would have a much more integrated sort of feel across the entire district instead of sort of each of these being independently siloed structures and run that way as a business.
And you're Peter, just for clarification, you talk about businesses on Oak Street, for example, and businesses on Ellis Street, like the surrounding neighborhood would have access to this?
Potentially, yes. Yep. I think, again, we're really sort of seeing this project as catalytic to really drive the value of those parcels up that sit adjacent. with the hope that, those landowners, if they choose, would either redevelop their property or frankly, the value of the property would supersede the business that sits on it, or certainly the vertical infrastructure that sits on it, but that will, of course, be up to those landowners. But I think it puts them in a very, very different place with a whole different set of decisions as, they're contemplating what they want to do with their property and their land.
Certainly improves their position.
Yes, unequivocally. So I will pause there, take any questions. I'm sure Jeff will join me if there are questions for
Let
him
me
as
say,
well.
just, Peter, thank you for your service to the city of Roswell over the last 18 months on this project. It has been intricate, it's been complicated, it has come with a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. You and your team have done a marvelous job. Jeff, you and your team have done a marvelous job. Thank you for bringing this to the council tonight for consideration. At this time, I'll ask the council for any comments or questions. Thank you very much. I will ask any Roswell residents if they would like. Yes, ma'am. No, take your time, Janet. Welcome, Janet. Glad to see you.
Thank you.
Any comments you'd like to make on what you've heard?
Well, I've been waiting for this for a while. First of all, we have to stop saying that we want anything to look like Southern Post. It is hideous. I haven't met one person since it opened that said, wow, I love it. It's got such a warm feeling. It is horrible. That place is out of context with the rest of the city. Do I think everything needs to be a little shack? No. But let's remember where the police department used to be the Roswell Pants Factory. Did you know that? The Roswell Pants Factory, Roswell was never Williamsburg. Roswell was a manufacturing town. So when you start building things there, and I've been looking at that ugly building that's there since I moved here, and I remember the owner saying, I can't wait for you guys to redevelop the city hall because then I want to sell my property. He was waiting and he was right. But I'd like to see something, first of all, I'd like to see some affordable apartments in there. Because if you've checked the rent at Southern Post, there is nobody in the city earning a living who's not at the tippy top who could afford to live there. So much for walking to work. Same with City Walk. Just so you know, for density, when it was Fraser Street Apartments, it's 10 acres. There were 15 units per acre. Then they built City Walk, and it's the same 10 acres, but it's 30 units per acre at City Walk, just so you get a feeling for density. As far as retail goes, well, we have none in Roswell anymore. Basically, no retail. Big Lots left, Tuesday Morning left. That's pretty much it. We have no retail. The town square is empty where I live, the historic square. The last 3 shops moved. The art gallery and the 2 shops, they're gone. So I just want them, whoever the designers are, to realize that this is almost ground zero for the center and beginning of this city. It's right across the street from the Presbyterian Church, which is where the city started. And when Mr. King came here, he wanted this city to be like a New England village, and in 1 mile in all directions from the Presbyterian Church was supposed to be walkable and on a grid. Well, no streets are on a grid in Roswell, but those were. So please keep that in mind. We have all these platitudes about walkability and thising and thatting. No. Remember what used to be there and honor it, because Roswell was not Williamsburg. This was a working class town, except for a few of the upper class. It was called the Colony. And they referred to the people who worked in the mill as those people. So I just want you to know that this looks good, sort of, but I don't trust anything I see, because we saw design plans for the Southern Post. We saw 3, and they picked that thing. I went to it once. It has all of the appeal of a gulag. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you. Appreciate your comments as always. Are there Roswell residents who'd like to address it? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Welcome, Kat.
Hello. Cat Plant. Do I have to say my name and my address? 100 Lake Pine Square. Do we have a timeline for when this is, like, I would love to know when, okay. Okay. As soon as you're finished, I will hop up. Okay. And yeah, and I would love to know how long you expect it to take and all that. Also, did we have a conclusion on the overlay for the Hill Street district? Because I don't remember that actually completing. And I was just wondering how that was going to be affecting the rest of the area in the industrial flex district for zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you so much. Thank you for your questions. Yes, sir, absolutely, please.
Thank you for the reminder. Okay, the timeline. So approval we're at tonight, preliminary due diligence would run, should this be voted and moved forward on the LOI, it would run all the way through, frankly, to March 17th. That is the first due diligence window. That first due diligence window really has to do with the land exchange agreement, which has to be completed before we can actually legally get into the ground lease. So the formal due diligence, which is actually the second due diligence period, assuming everything goes according to plan up to March 17th, would actually run from 3/17 to 4/17. There are a tremendous number of documents that will have to get produced, essentially with the ground lease, following the ground swap, and a number of other parts and pieces that will have to go with this. Draft documents would be completed on the 17th of July, and then the ground lease, the development agreement would be completed, and construction would actually start in July of 2025. That is the current plan right now. Again, there could be some deviations from that. I would tell you that's a very aggressive period, and that is more just because of the nuance and complications of all the elements that are involved in this deal.
But to your point, the due diligence, let's talk about little due diligence. Just bring some clarity to due diligence. So what's coming before the council tonight is basically the construct of the deal has been worked out. For example, you saw Peter say, look, the current deal in the plan, I think, so the 132 or 136 multifamily.
135 is
135 is the current plan. And what this says, kind of like to Janet's concern, is, well, you're going to approve this, and then it's going to change a whole bunch. And so let's address that, right? So the reason this is so important to bring it, has been ironed out for so long, is basically to have the full construct with, and Peter, we're supposed to outline the 6 or 7 issues that have a small tolerance of change. For example, multifamily, 135 currently. It could change in the plans from 135 to 143.
That would be the max.
That's right. So I think there's 7 items we're supposed to list to show. You got them?
Yeah, there's a slide.
Let's show, so everybody knows. So like what could change from tonight's LOI through the due diligence of the next 90 days.
There's the limitations there and the areas where we've allowed some flexibility within the LOI.
So the 80,000 square feet on the commercial building, for example.
Yes.
That's one item that could change. It could go from 80,000, it could go up, obviously, but obviously in terms of the due diligence, when they do their drawings, they're going to do their favorable drawings, obviously to help themselves financially. And that means the tolerance level for that to change is X. What is that?
We said inside of 10%.
Inside of 10%.
Yes.
So just for a number, so everybody has clarity. So worst case scenario, they come back with a final drawing during the due diligence. It could go from 80,000 to 72,000. Just FYI, when you come back and say, hey, that's not what we agreed to. That's not, just kind of addressing your point. Like, no, you're pretty much, other than the massing, what you're seeing tonight for the drawing purposes is the massing. So what you will see in the next 3 months, because there's been a lot of investment by the developer on lots of schematic and drawings. We've been negotiating that for literally the last 18 months. It's very expensive. So what we wanted to come to when to bring to the council was an agreement on the massing and where the placement of the buildings are. There's already a hard understanding. For example, like on these townhomes. These townhomes are going to be brownstones. That's not going to change in the LOI process. Not going to change in the due diligence, sorry. These, to Janet's point, these are not going to be inexpensive. They're going to be highly expensive properties. So one of the things, let's just make sure, I want to make sure we tell everybody the 6 or 7 items that could change in the due diligence and what the tolerance of they could change, so everybody has a clear understanding on that.
Yeah, I think, as you noted, the commercial could change. The number of units in the multifamily could change, but capped at 143. I think the commercial is at an approximation of 80. If they came back and told us they wanted to get to 95, I would encourage us to accept that.
Exactly.
Now, I think, there are elevations and heights at street level and beyond that are inside of the LOI that are frankly code that are being adhered to. The townhouses or the brownstones, as you said, currently those are forecasted at 14 units at 2,880 square feet each. Again, that could certainly change, and I would encourage you to think more 14 units to 16 units or 14 units, frankly, down to 12 units. And that will have a lot to do with how big the parking deck ends up being. And a lot of this is, there's a few different variables that are in play. One, there is very significant topographical issues on this site. There's a lot of rock, we know that. We know there's a granite pile, basically, that the evidence building currently sits on that has to be addressed and dealt with. We don't believe that there's any environmental issues, but until you actually get through Enviro 1, you won't know some of those things. And then lastly, it always comes down to what is financeable. And so, the sort of running joke I think we use in the economic development group all the time is, the lender gets a vote as well. So even if we and the developer come to terms and we're really happy on everything that we've arrived at, ultimately they get a say in whether or not they want to lend against the project, as does their equity partner.
So Jeff, can you pull up those 6 or 7 items that are going to be part of the LOI piece, just so we can give clarity to everybody so they know? And then Kat brought up the overlay question. I'm trying to remember. There's a lot. January. Yeah, can we address that real quick? We just let everybody know where we're standing on that.
Yeah, on the overlay question, we intend to bring that overlay back in January. We've met with some of the surrounding property owners beyond this project that fall within the boundaries of the overlay. They had some concerns as we were bringing it through the process, and so we're addressing those. Our community development director, Michelle Alexander, has been in touch with their team along with Mr. Davidson to address some of their questions and concerns that they have so that we ensure the protections and the opportunity that they're looking for of their current uses, but also the opportunity of what their property could transform into because of the overlay are handled and understood. And so that is moving forward. And again, we expect to bring that in January to this council, assuming that we're able to negotiate with the property owners and they understand what we're doing.
Jeff, thanks. If you'll keep looking, I'm going to ask, are there any more Roswell residents that would like to address? Yes, ma'am. Do me a favor, since I apologize, I should recognize who you are, but I don't, so please share with everybody who you are and where you live in Roswell. Oh, it's going to come to me, and I'm going to go, sorry.
My name is Erin Brumley. I live in Martins Landing. Just on the limitations, I see that there's a lot of maximum, but there's nothing minimum, which is also a concern to me because I remember that situation we had at Sun Valley where the developer just built the apartments and then boop, left. And so, what's going to happen
So,
here?
Erin, let me just cut you off. Part of the agreement is there's no CO issued on any housing until the commercial is built. So the developer, part of this LOI, interrupt you. Part of the LOI is no CO is built. Perfect example in the Catherines, right? Hey, we had a mixed-use development agreement. Developer builds.
I didn't see it here. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. So CO doesn't get issued on any housing until the retail commercial is built.
Okay, and what about the commercial? Are we having some sort of restrictions? Be just like nail salons all over?
Well, that will be very specifically addressed in the overlay.
So just, again, I don't see any of
But
that
your-
here, and
your
I just want to
concerns
make
are
sure
ours.
that it's being talked about before we get with a plan and then we spend 5 hours.
But let me just go ahead and say to you, so without getting real specific, because that's a decision for council to make on the overlay, the council shares your concern on your question. The team has been working on this in terms of retail acquisition and development projects. So this is not simply being done, but you can't say, hey, this is who we're working on, because obviously that's part of deal making. But I will say to you, we are not working on bringing a nail salon to this retail project.
I mean, one is fine. I'm just saying.
I'm with you, and I love nail salons. Just for the record, I love nail salons.
I'm just saying, like, everybody says, like, oh, let's put retail, and then retail ends up being things that are not really bringing customers and people and foot traffic. So just, you know.
So let me answer that. The retail will have to be commensurate with square footage pricing, which this development is going to bring a high level of square footage pricing. And part of the development degree there in vetting the deal, part of vetting this deal is not just vetting the developer, their past experience, their capital outlay, their ability to access capital. It's also vetting what are you going to put in there and what is its success? What is its opportunity for success? In other words, and just saying, hey, look what we did. Part of this project is, hey, is this workable? Will this be successful?
So, and the other part that I'm kind of disappointed is to see how we are pushing so much for like high level, high pricing properties, given that this is cities. This is something that belongs to all of us in the city, and yet people like me or my kids won't be able to afford these things. So this is property that is part of my, you know, my assets, basically, and we're just, you know, not thinking about us. We're just trying to get people who are not part of this. So once again, we're just pushing the housing availability too. And I know that's what you like because we want to have a better people in Roswell. But, you know, again,
you are the
this
better
is not
people
a,
in Roswell.
Can I finish? This is not a
Sure.
private, this is something that the city is doing. And I would like the city to like not just be a business. A city cannot be run as a business. Business have profits, cities do services, and they don't need profits. We shouldn't be chasing those profits. So I'm happy to see the redevelopment, but I just want to make sure that all those things that I'm talking about, that you think about it when you present them. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you so much. Are there other Roswell residents? Yes, ma'am. I believe is it Daryl? Jill, if you'll just tell everybody who you are and where you live in Roswell.
Daryl O'Hare, and I live in Arbor Creek, Roswell, Georgia. Read everything while I was out of the country, so I'm just here. For this one in particular, I have a question more about I think you said 350 parking spaces, but not owned by the people who are going to rent or own the townhomes, but they can opt to rent their spaces. So I'm getting a little confused about how are you, so it's going to be a high-priced residential area. Then you add on to it, tack on, and I don't know what the price range is going to be for, which can also change. My mom lives in Midtown and lives in the highest paid property, that Colony Square. Their parking there is exceptionally high. So I don't know how that kind of rate change would occur. Is there going to be a cap on the percentage of an amount that somebody would do that? But I don't understand how they don't own the spaces, but they can rent their spaces to somebody else. So that's what I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that.
I think all really good questions, and I think the simplest way to maybe explain it will be, first of all, the developer will decide how they want to work that out, because once we've sold them those pad-ready sites, that really will become the developer's job to essentially define how they're going to create that product and take it to the market. I think as the city, what we are putting forward is, let's just assume there's 14 brownstones. Each one will come with at least 2 parking spots, right? So they'll want to rent 2. Those 14 units would essentially create an HOA. That HOA would then engage the city essentially in a co-use agreement for those parking spots, in which case you would define, is that $100 a month per parking space? Is it 2 spaces for $100? That will really be sort of, you know, determined in due diligence. I don't think the developer will go to that depth until they get a better sense for how big those units are going to be, what they think they're going to get priced at. I think another one of the limitations that, just to kind of come back to your previous question, right now, 22 square feet is the minimum width of a townhouse, or in this case, a brownstone. So that's going to kind of drive what the value of those are. But again, I think that's really going to come back to the developer, and then they will come with a proposal to the city to make an ask of how that parking is going to work. Inversely, you talked about the rental units in the apartments. That's exactly the same deal. Essentially, they're going to work through, is it $100 or $125, which is a pretty decent base number if you're talking about Midtown, and essentially what the monthly rate is there. It's $125. Sorry? Yeah, well, that's the baseline, right? It sounds like she lives in a really great place, so it's probably 150 or maybe even as high as 200 per space, because I have seen prices like that in Midtown. But if you were using 125 as a number, and I think that's a fairly safe number, so you're adding basically in a 2-bedroom unit who wants 2 parking spots, you're plussing up that rent by $250 a month for that parking. I think to the previous comment that was made, I can't tell you this unequivocally, but you asked about a minimum. If I was representing the developer right now, and I'm not, but if I was, my guess would be they would say the minimum would be the 96 they were initially entitled to, right? So I would think you'd be somewhere in a scale of 96 to 143, that's kind of the numbers you'd be looking at. I think the other thing that's tricky about this, to sort of address your question too, around sort of, what's affordable and how do these kind of deals work, while this is city land, and you're absolutely correct in that, the developer actually owns land in this assembly as well. So this isn't just a really clean, hey, we as the city are developing this, meaning, we can choose whatever land price we want and then build whatever we want on top of it and charge whatever we want on top of that for rents. I think there could be scenarios like that in the future, but this is not one of those scenarios because of the land swaps and what they currently already own. I hope that's sort of helpful to address some of that. I know it maybe doesn't get you where you were looking for in the answer, but in this scenario, that is the case that we're dealing with. Yeah.
Any other Roswell residents would like to address it? Yes, sir. Rory, welcome. Rory Robichaud. How are you, sir?
Very well, thank you. Rory Robichaud, 2900 Roxburgh Drive. I leave it to others to get into the minimum and maximums, how many different parking spots we have and things like that. And I usually come to these things not really expecting to get those details, but thank you for giving us some of the high level in terms of your directives from the city and the council and that sort of thing. And one just jumped out at me. I literally had to write it down. That the city and council wanted a different kind of people than the people that were living there. Again, you wanted a different kind of people than the people that were living
Rory,
there.
I got to cut you off. I'm not going to allow narratives that are absolutely, that's a false narrative.
Those were his words.
Those weren't his words. Those weren't his words, and not his intent. No, you're going to stop.
Okay.
You're not going to put that kind of crap out there in the public place of suggesting something that is not true. I'm tired of this kind of crap getting put out there, suggesting that somehow there's some kind of elitism going on when there's anything but. And somebody's parsing somebody's words. Nobody formally or informally has that belief on this council, in the staff, or as a consultant to the city. And to propagandize that is in fact happening needs to stop now. So I'm not going to allow any further comments about suggesting that somehow he's suggesting that we want a different kind of people. We want a different, where's $29,000 of revenue on this piece of property today? What he has worked out is basically $900,000 of revenue on this property. Has nothing to do with human beings. Nothing. So I don't know, I heard that comment earlier and I just kind of let it go by. Like, I'm not going to let this stand because it's not true. So let's don't do that, please. Now, please continue.
That was my comment.
All right, thank you, sir. Other Roswell residents would like to address this matter on Hill Street. Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to let Jeff, with detail, let everybody know there's 6, 7 items.
Yep.
Because I don't want anybody to be surprised by this.
Thank you. So we've talked about them at a couple of different points in the presentation tonight, and I'm just going to highlight them as we close out the conversation so that everybody understands.
I'll tell you what, please, guys, one conversation in the room. It's the speaker at all times. If you want to have another conversation, please step out. Thank you.
In the sections with limitations, we'll start with the first one is listed on the screen above you, maximum of 143 multifamily units. We've talked about that. Allowances for between 14 and 16 townhomes. In addition to the limitations included in the LOI, the townhomes are a minimum of 22 feet wide. That is specifically identified in the LOI, and that the residential permits will not be issued until the commercial development is constructed. So we wanted to make sure that those are clear limitations as negotiated in the LOI that we've brought forward. On the flexibility side, again, the commercial building sizes in square feet, we know that we've allowed some flexibility of the 80,000 square feet. The exact project and building layout due to site conditions, as Peter has described, we have some elevation challenges, we have some site constraint challenges that we know that we will have to work through. And the exact number of parking spaces in the project is left for flexibility because we know that we have some design constraints. We don't know exactly how many townhouses yet we're going to be building. We don't know exactly how many square feet of commercial property will be available, and so that is left to the design constraints and to the project as we bring it to close. And again, we will start to get more and a higher level of detail as we bring additional items to closure through the due diligence process in the calendar above. March will be the first threshold that we will have, and then again in July as we get more specificity, not only in the project, but that we can also deliver that to our community. And hopefully that answers the question, sir.
Yeah, look, can't wait to actually show the.
Yeah,
finalized strategy. I'm gonna let come to council for thoughts. Yes, sir.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Ready
Mayor.
for you. Are you ready to go on sales?
I am. I am
All right, you're
indeed.
first up.
Thank you. Hey, would you go back to the slide, the overview, the site overview slide, the first one where you have the picture of what's there today?
Getting closer.
There you go.
That one, is that one better?
There you go. That one right there. That's
Got
good.
it.
So I don't know if you have a pointer with you, but can you? I just want to make sure everybody understands where we are. So that's Atlanta Street on the far in the middle. If you have a pointer.
Yep, right here.
So the parcel that they are currently entitled to is that tree space right up in that front corner closest to our Canton Street and downtown and all of vitalization that we have in downtown.
Yes, sir.
That's where the apartments, the 93 entitled apartments, were going to sit on that 1 acre, which is basically that white building in the top left corner, correct?
That is correct.
1.33 acres, just to be precise.
1.33 and 96 entitled apartments.
And the current massing study, right, which is quite somewhat driven by topography, the apartments are going to sit essentially around the water tower. Is that fairly put?
In the new project?
Correct.
Yes, sir. So it tucks them into the center, I will say, of the picture that you see here around the water tower.
So the elevation along Hill Street will be the commercial space, the retail, there's a green space inside of the project as well. So that's what people will be looking at from Hill Street. And then on the side where the parking deck is, it'll look like a brownstones building, and the parking deck will be skirted on either side by that. So that's what people will see.
Essentially tucked in the middle of those brownstones, we'll be able to, as best we can, hide a parking deck amongst the project.
So the $28,000 that we're currently getting is essentially on that front left parcel today, and I suppose that the spaces, the real estate in the middle.
There's a little bit of real estate right behind the water tower, right here.
The house?
Yep, which is part of that equation as well.
Okay. So I was trying to keep up. The $28,000, the ground lease alone was $680,000 is what we estimate. The brownstones you estimated at $200,000. This is revenues to the city. Parking revenue, you didn't say, but I would say, what is it, about $800,000 a year is what I'm thinking, something like that, $50,000 to $60,000 a month.
Yeah, when you include, there's 350 spaces, what we think will be in the structured parking, but there's an additional 135 spaces at street level, so for a total of 485 spaces.
That's
I
true.
think I make that delineation because the 135 spaces, we don't have any of the expense like you will on the structured, meaning they will be profitable in a different way than they will be on the structured side.
We didn't speak to sales tax increments because we don't have a plan quite yet that's that far along, but clearly that's something that's essentially not a part of the revenue mix from this area today.
But maybe, sorry, before you go on,
sure.
We are intending on forecasting all of that, so you'll get a comprehensive document that will actually have all of these streams and what we believe the forecast will be for sin taxes, sales taxes,
Right.
property taxes.
Business occupation taxes.
Yes.
yeah, alcohol tax, like you say. Okay. So, and I think our basis in all of this, in other words, what we are trading, we say it's valued at 8.39, but that's based on an appraisal for what they are going to do, not what it is today. Right?
Or what you initially paid for it.
Or what we initially paid for it, either of which, right? So we're turning what is essentially less than a $2 million investment. I don't know if we've ever found that actual number, but what we paid for that however many years ago for the pants factory and all the work that's been done there. And we're turning that into a revenue stream which generates a return for the city on that investment. Now, we are not building the project. So as we talk about this isn't the city's project. What we have done, and some of the discipline that I want to bring out here is this team has vetted the capital. So, you know, we know that they can do this to the extent that their capital agrees with the final plan. We feel good about that. They've already assigned. And we also have spent an enormous amount of time, you have, making sure that all of these issues are nailed down in what, I mean, I'm a deal guy. This is a rather complex structure. And there are many moving parts, and cities only have certain ways that they can do things, and so that's complications as well. So this has taken a while, but we didn't wait to see a developer show up with this plan. Otherwise, we'd have the 1.33 acres with 94 entitled units. That's what we'd have right now. Instead, your team has turned that into a project that we wanted by encouraging the developer to do certain things, like with the parking structure and things like that, that makes this happen. But we're still not spending the $100 million or plus what they are going to spend to build this property. All we're doing is basically saying, we're going to give you this right, we're going to put together this whole transaction, this land swap and all those kinds of things, and allow you to do that on this property. That's our investment.
Yeah, that is correct. And I think it's probably important to say as well, if I didn't earlier, the parking, the structured parking and the unstructured street level parking, we will own in perpetuity until you decide you don't want that asset anymore, or if it becomes underperforming. There is a purchase option that is attached to the ground lease. The purchase option doesn't come into play until 10 years. And they'll have that option every year after 10 years. In the deal, we also put a 27.5% premium on the purchase option. So our forecast on the purchase option, if the project meets its current pro forma, which I think there's a good chance that that happens if it's built the way that we think it's going to be built, with that perf of 27.5%, our forecast to the city, if that option was exercised at year 10, is about $35.6 million.
Right.
So essentially, you know, we have what we're valuing at $8.399 million, which I think we
with
paid
a basis of under 2.
That's correct. We paid about $1.8 million to the best of our understanding right now from our records. And we would be selling the land underneath of what they're building for close to $35.5 million and keeping the parking and continuing to operate the parking, at which point at 10 years, I would fully expect that that bond is either, you know, being eclipsed or is well on its way to being eclipsed, in which case all the dollars, the revenue from that parking actually just becomes pure cash flow outside of maintenance and management to the city. So there's a long game to this as well, I think, in terms of how we're trying to organize the assets around this. And then, you know, whatever the city chooses to do with those revenues, you know, they can be reinvested in other projects like this, or, you know, frankly, go to offset other expenses.
Right. Yeah, I agree with the comment that governments aren't for profit, but they aren't for stupid either. So we should be maximizing the assets we have. This is the downtown area. This is our prime location, and it's generated $28,000 worth of taxes today. Nothing, of course, for the police station. So that's moving to a more favorable location, and we're basically turning that into a tax-paying entity from the beginning, and that's a huge step forward. The other thing I wanted to point out is just speak briefly, if you would. This project is emblematic of the way you guys are thinking about the projects that we are looking at, and that is beginning with a model of the city, of the city's cash flows and cash outflows to get to a project, and then from there, we negotiate with that in hand. Can you talk a little bit about the process that we have, that you have implemented and how we're going about building that out for all the projects that we look at, just briefly?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So yeah, I think to Councilmember Sells' point, you know, the challenge, and I think somebody from the dais had mentioned it earlier in this conversation, is often we have developers that show up at the city with their project that they're looking for. And they look at our code, they look at property that's available, and they come to us wanting to build a project. In the case of our economic development strategy, we are truly looking not only to maximize the opportunity that we have within our commercial corridors, but also protect our residential communities and the vibrancy that we already enjoy within the city of Roswell, which makes our economic development strategy very, very specific and intentional. And so part of that is with each of our projects, we're going to be building out what is essentially a pro forma and a view for what we're looking for on the return on the investment. Similar to what you would if you're looking at purchasing a business or you're purchasing a house, what are we getting for our investment over the long run, not only for the community and for the project and what it's going to drive, but when the city's involved financially, whether it be through our shared parking services or our tax allocation district, which is another tool that we will be using, or through any of the other redevelopment tools that we potentially have here in the city, we will be building out an entire profile of the project and what we desire as an outcome. And the biggest challenge that I think we all have realized is that these conversations have been going on for 18 months. And sometimes you lose sight of what are you trying to accomplish in the overall strategy of individual projects, and how does that connect to the economic development strategy? So we will build out that essential executive summary, and you're going to see that with some additional projects as they come forward for authorization. What are we looking for to accomplish from the city before we get into the hardcore deal-to-deal negotiations, so that we have clarity amongst our community and amongst our electeds and amongst staff what we're actually trying to accomplish. That'll include the financial outlays, that'll include the city's investment, that'll include the tools that we are using, and will also include the outcomes that we are looking for, so that we have a essentially test page for how we're testing our negotiations back to that original vision of the project. That's a quick summary of it.
Thank you. That's very good. One last comment. Sure. So as someone who has been in virtually, I've been in a lot of these meetings, certainly since I've been on council, I don't believe there has ever been any instruction to describe the type of people that the economics that we're talking about is intended to attract. It has been focused on the economic opportunity for the city and maximizing the opportunity for real estate that is, based on this picture, clearly underperforming by any measure for the city and for the residents. And that's what has driven this conversation, nothing else.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Sells. Any other thoughts or comments from council? Councilmember Beeson.
Super brief comment to address Ms. Russell's question or point regarding affordability of this development and the property. While it's not directly addressed in this specific development, this is going to be, I think the intention so far is market rate. With the Hill Street overlay coming in the future, hopefully in January, I believe is when we're going to hear it. It's personally my intention to see something addressing affordability in terms of the language of that, the overlay itself, but I'm also just one council member, so we'll see when that discussion and how it evolves.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other thoughts, comments, Councilmember Worthley?
Just very briefly, this is just a letter of intent tonight. That's all this is. And,
that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
It is.
This is, I don't want to, let's don't soft sell it.
Okay.
This LOI has real bearing, and that's why we've spent so much time before we brought it formally before you. And that's why I want to assure, like the rest, like kind of the Janice question, well, is this going to change a whole lot from what you're saying it's going to be? And the answer is no, it's not going to change a lot. What you are going to see is there are going to be a lot of pretty pictures, but we didn't want to put the pretty pictures in this time because there's been about 8 iterations of pretty pictures. And so the pretty pictures will come during the due diligence, of which you'll actually see what the final product looks like. And everybody's going to go, ooh, I think for the most part, you never know. Those are a lot of pretty pictures. But the pretty pictures are not part of the LOI tonight. But, Will, I don't want to soft sell this.
Yes, sir.
This is a serious deal. It's the real meat and potatoes.
So the big thing that really grabbed my attention about this is, from my understanding through our many meetings on this, and this goes with my experience as well. I have never seen a developer have to pay the city to develop property like this. And that's what is so forthcoming with this project. I mean, bringing down the density on the acreage from 96 on 1 acre or 74 for the 1 point something acres down to 24 units and under the current code or current possibilities. Because as we say, we always have this moving target, but we also understand where our maximums are. The best thing that I can see is we have a 10-year agreement in place on this with a buyout, with a 27% increase after that buyout. I mean, I'm just not familiar with this happening anywhere else in the North Metro or Atlanta area as is. So congratulations to the two sitting right here.
Yeah,
Lots
Will,
of hard work there.
to your point, we should be doing a much better job of celebrating the unbelievable results garnered in this LOI. They are incomparable from a deal-making perspective, Alan. Yes, sir. This is uncharted territory for not just, I mean, like I said, we're not in the profit-making business, but we are in the business of finding new revenue streams which supports the city functions. So it could be a revenue from a ground lease, or it could be an additional tax on a resident or business. Or both. That's right. And to you, exactly. And part of our missions, we've been talking about this, and is, look, we're trying to fund the city in different revenue streams, which we think are important for a whole host of reasons. But one is, look, the delta on property tax, guys, just FYI, of what residential property tax is worth about $25 million. It's what it's worth. And Alan and I are big proponents of trying to find new ways to bring in revenue other than just simply taxing residents on their property. We think that's an outdated mode of taxation. And we don't think it's a particularly great mode of taxation. And we're in the business of trying to find new ways to do it. This is creative. And to Will's point, my Lord, get into details of this deal. I think you'll be incredibly impressed by what Peter and the team did. Most cities are begging and putting out abatements to get deals like this. This city's getting revenue. It's crazy on the positive side. Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to go into repeating what's been said already on the accolades because I think this is an amazing project. The things that I saw 18 months to 3 years ago have changed a lot, and it was already changed for the better even then. So 2.5 years ago, it was making serious strides to change. What was touted to be the 96 apartment, 1.3 acre place has turned into something really dramatically different and a much greater experience for our residents and for our visitors. Some of the things that weren't mentioned was the walkability beyond the site with the open green space. Of course, I believe people will continue to cut across our park out here, also known as our backyard, or from Highway 9, our front yard, of course, over to Smith Plantation, and just 2.5 blocks, you've got Waller Park. And if you haven't taken a stroll down Hogwaller Creek side, you should do it. It's gorgeous right now. Retail, and parking are two things that I think everybody would like to see more of in this area, and this promises to deliver on every single level there. Regrettably, the number of apartments on this one is beyond my threshold of comfort. I understand what it's going to bring. I understand every single thing that's been mentioned tonight. But what I made a promise 3 years ago, I'm going to stick to, and that is to keep density down as best I can. And while I support everything that's going on with this, I will not be supporting this project tonight because of the density on the apartments. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Be that they're done, Councilmember Hall, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, sir. Motion to approve item number 2, approval of a letter of intent, LOI, pertaining to a development project on Hill Street.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilmember Sells. By show of hands, in the positive upwards, please show if you're in favor of the motion made by Councilmember Hall. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. Let the record show that the vote is 5-1. Thank you very much. The LOI, the approval of the LOI pertaining to development project Hill Street moves forward at 5-1 vote. Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Hall, we have another item of some consequence. Would you read this item, the last item under administration?
Yes, sir. Item number 3, approval of a resolution authorizing the mayor and/or city administrator with the city attorney to close on the purchase of property at 1080 Hulen Bridge Road with approval of a master lease agreement regarding the same budget amendment, BA 315-32101-11-25-24. And this will be presented by Attorney Davidson.
Thank you, Christine. City Attorney Davidson, would you please present the item?
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, back in August, we brought forth a purchase and sale agreement that council approved to purchase this property called the Summit Office Park for $8 million with the knowledge that we would be buying one building, they would be donating the second building. They would continue to operate that second building for approximately, for 4 years is the term. And we would lease that back to them for $1 as part of the deal. Through due diligence, we have come up with a way to master lease that building back to them. They will also manage the building, and the city will in turn have the office building necessary for the police and fire headquarters to be moved. In this resolution, we talk about the funding coming from some of the recreational bond proceeds. I just wanted to address that very quickly. All that has to do is the timing of the bonds. We have already issued a tranche of bonds as this council has approved previously. The idea is that we'll just go ahead and use that money, and when we issue the next tranche, that money will be made back up to the Rec and Parks bonds. So there is no changing of the bonds or anything like that. This is just a timing issue more so than anything. And with that, I would recommend approval of authorizing closing.
Thank you, David, very much. Does council have questions or comments? Councilmember Hall.
Just a clarification from Attorney Davidson. Is bond counsel okay with the timing issue of the money in the bonds?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Any other thoughts, comments? Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. This project springboards off of the previous one that just passed, and I've got a little show and tell. This is a key from the Law Enforcement Center from 1992, and we were a big city of 48,000 people, and that's when our police department was built. I'm pointing the wrong way, but and now we're right at 100,000 and still operating out of the same space. So I've also seen our fire headquarters, and it is cramped, tight, snug, more than comfortable, or more than cozy, I should say. So I'm very excited to see this come to fruition, especially after we've been through our bond road shows, humongous approval rating on all of these bonds, particularly this one that will help purchase this property. So I can't wait to get our finest moved in, and I'm in full support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee, very much. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Councilmember Beeson.
I'm not sure who this is a question for. Do we have a timeline for transition and move-in for after we acquire the property and when we're targeting transition dates?
We do. Sharon, you want to address that? Deputy City Administrator Sharon Iso, welcome.
So we are so excited to get started to close on the property and start getting our plans together for relocation. We will likely be meeting on it tomorrow. We're going to move very, very quickly because the building is in wonderful shape. So there's so much we can do as far as getting folks moved in there. We do have some remodel that we're going to be doing. We'll likely be doing that at the same time as some of our folks will be over there working. So can't wait.
Understood. Thank you.
I have a surprise for you, Sarah, as well. All right, so most people don't know this. Sharon, forgive me. So as part, yeah, one of the things that Randy, Mr. Knighton suggested today, I'm going to give you credit, Mr. Knighton. Always, the good ideas always come from you. The senior suite, the CEO, Mr. Knighton, the CLO, Mr. Davidson, the CFO, Mr. Godsby, and the COO, Mr. Stevens, along with an office for the council and a office for the chief of staff, along with the mayor, are going to have offices in this new public safety building as an additional extension as part of the commitment to being closer to the east side of our city and being, by the way, the C-suite meets much more often, so there's a congruency in the building, here in this building, of the senior leadership team, the C-suite, also with the Deputy City Administrator Jeff Leatherman, Deputy City Administrator Sharon Izzo, and the Police Chief Jim Conroy, and the incredible Fire Chief Dr. Joseph P.P. Panino. Those teams are in congruence and in much more intimacy from an ongoing meeting space. So part of the plan is they're going to be here. You guys are going to be here. But you got new offices also in the Public Safety Center to be close to public safety 2 days a week. And council will have an office. We know you guys will never show up, but you're going to have an office. Oh, that's where I'm working. Sorry, Sharon. So just a little surprise. Brandy thought, hey, let's make this work for public safety on this side as well. So good luck with that. Sorry, Sharon.
Very exciting.
Yes.
Can't wait to start reworking the programming, but we're on it, sir. We'll
No,
get right
come on,
after
don't do
it.
that to me, Sharon. All right, did that answer your question, Sarah?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Let me take it out to our Roswell residents for any thoughts or comments on this matter. Thank you very much. I bring it back to council for final thoughts and conclusions. If not, Councilmember Hall, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, sir. Motion to approve item number 3, approval of a resolution authorizing the mayor and/or city administrator with the city attorney to close on the purchase of property at 1080 Hulen Bridge Road with approval of a master lease and management agreement regarding same and budget amendment BA 315-32101-11-25-24.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Is there a second for that motion? Seconded by Councilmember Sells. By a show of hands, please raise your hand in the affirmative upwards if you are in support of the passage of this item. Thank you very much. Let the record show that the resolution passes unanimously 6-0. Thanks very much. I apologize. I'm getting a note here from a couple of council people. They want to take a quick bathroom break. The next item is budget. So budget, I imagine, is going to take a few minutes when we have a conversation. So guys, it is exactly 9 o'clock. We'll be re-adjourned in 10 minutes. Quick recess, and I apologize. 5? You guys can't get it done in 5. I know better. 10, we'll shoot for 5, but it'll be 10.
Lee.
Alan, it's freezing in here.
Is it really?
You are crazy.
Here, you can borrow his jacket.
He just complained about it.
I know he did. Where's Lee? Missing Will and Lee. There's Will. There's Lee. Who did? Good to go? Let's go, Lee and Will. That's done. The next on the agenda is the Finance Department, and it is under the FY 2025 budget. Just some highlights on the 2025 budget. The key dates is Thursday, November 14th, 2024, there was the budget presentation. November the 18th, 2024 was the first reading. And tonight is the second reading and potentially final approval from the council on the budget. Just to let you know, total revenue for the city is projected at $207.2 million. The budget is balanced and was created with no increase in the city's millage rate, i.e. the property tax rate. The city has streamlined operations, reducing overhead to offset the effects of increasing cost due to inflation. The budget maintains mayor and council's commitment to public safety by maintaining top-tier pay for police and the continuation of transitioning the fire department from a part-time to a full-time model, and includes pay raises for employees throughout the city. The budget also enables the city to continue mayor and council's aggressive economic development strategy. The city is establishing a new customer, i.e., I'm going to call it resident-focused service center and a business-focused service center within City Hall for our residents and businesses. The budget includes 5 new positions in transportation for a concrete crew who will construct sidewalks and traffic calming devices throughout the community. It also includes the initiation of a parking business model. I believe that the senior team is going to go over many points. There's a series of questions that I'm prepared to answer if the staff does not get to them. And at this time, Councilmember Hall, would you read this first item under finance?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 4, approval of the FY 2025 budget for the City of Roswell, Georgia, in the amount of $197,025,114. This is the second reading and will be presented by our CFO, Bill Gottschall.
Before we get there, we're going to let our Chief Legal Officer, David Davidson, read the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance adopting a budget for fiscal year 2025 for each fund of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to Article 6, Chapter 6 of the Charter of the City, beginning January 1st, 2025, and ending December 31st, 2025, appropriating the amount shown in each budget as expenditures, adopting the item of anticipated funding sources, prohibiting expenditures to exceed appropriations, and prohibiting expenditures from exceeding actual funding sources, and amending the Code of Ordinances to effectuate such adoption. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following ordinance. City of Roswell hereby adopts an expenditure budget for fiscal year 2025, said budget being described below and shown on Attachment A for each fund of the City of Roswell, Georgia. General Fund, $104,450,441. Capital Projects, $6,806,640. E911 Fund, $3,720,697. CDBG Grant Fund, $32,295. Impact Fees Fund, $1,300. Tree Bank Fund, $146,803. Hotel Motel Fund, $1,401,539. Auto Rental Excise Tax Fund, $415,000. Lita Thompson Fund, $79,198. Special Events Fund, $600,953. T-SPLOS 2 Project Fund, $12,998,448. Bond Fund, Debt Service, $6,764,749. Water and Sewer Fund, $5,775,044. Stormwater Utility Fund, $4,603,778. Solid Waste Fund, $14,365,596. Participant Recreation Fund, $9,942,750. Workers' Compensation Fund, $1,200,595. Group Health Insurance Fund, $11,521,058. Risk Management Fund, $2,222,888. Fleet Services Fund, $2,094,175. Information Technology Fund, $7,881,067. And Scholarship Endowment Fund, $100, for a total of $197,025,114. Any increase or decrease in appropriations or revenue of any fund or for any department, the establishment of new capital projects, or the establishment of new grant projects other than those exceptions provided for herein shall require approval of mayor and council. A millage rate of 4.949 mils is estimated as part of the proposed budget. The millage rate has a component of 4.049 mils for general fund budget and a component of 0.9 mils for servicing bonded indebtedness. This budget fixes the number of budgeted full-time positions at 737. The city administrator or his or her designee is authorized to redistribute funds reserved for contingency included in the fiscal year 2025 budget to the various departments as necessary. Mayor and council adopt a capital improvement programming for fiscal year 2025 as attached here to and incorporated herein as attachment B. Mayor and council further approve reappropriation into fiscal year 2025 of current fiscal year unspent funding in the general fund in order to establish a general fund fuel and utility contingency in an amount not to exceed $250,000. Mayor and council further approve reappropriation into fiscal year 2025 of current fiscal year unspent funding in the general fund in order to establish a general fund grant match contingency in the amount not to exceed $250,000. Mayor and council further approve reappropriation of all approved capital projects, grant revenue, grant funding, as well as contingency funding that is unspent or uncollected and available as of December 31st, 2024. Mayor and council further approve reappropriation into fiscal year 2025 of current fiscal year unspent funding for the city administrator professional services, unspent funding for employee wellness program, unspent funding for city education assistance program, unspent funding for Roswell University, unspent funding for the police school zone safety project, unspent funding for legal services, and unspent funding for the election. Mayor and council further approve the appropriation into fiscal year 2025 of the audited balance of funding available in the confiscated assets fund. The city administrator and his or her designee may promulgate all necessary internal rules, regulations, and policies to ensure this budget ordinance is followed. And if approved, this is the second reading.
Thank you, Chief Legal Officer David Davidson. At this time, I'll ask Chief Financial Officer Bill Godshall to present the item. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just take a quick moment to thank you, Mr. Mayor, as well as the council for the opportunity to serve as CFO for the city of Roswell. It's a tremendous honor that the trust that you've shown in me. I've not been up in the North Fulton area for long, but I've fallen in love with it quickly, and this opportunity means a lot to me and my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
So as we go over the budget, I'd like to thank a lot of people who had a lot to do, particularly with the extended review as we allowed for my review for these last 2 weeks. My first thanks to City Administrator Mr. Knighton for walking through the process and guiding me and coaching me where to go to in the city to get my questions answered. Deputy Chief Operating Officer Don Stevens, who has probably become my closest meeting partner so far. We're working hand in hand to try to achieve the city's goals and strategic objectives, as well as Deputy City Administrators Jeff Leatherman and Sharon Izzo. Their help and guidance has been invaluable. So to get some highlights, the structure of my presentation will be kind of similar to last time. I'll go through the highlights and overview, have no idea how I'm doing feedback. Sorry about that. And then I will turn it over to Lynn to go through the finer details, and then I'll wrap up with my summary conclusions of my process and describe a little bit of what I did during the review period. So, as the mayor has said, the budget is balanced with revenues meeting expenditures. An important note is that we have moved from a fiscal year ended June 30 to a calendar year ended December 31, which creates comparison problems, which is why we have as many columns in the published budget as we have to accommodate for the 6-month stub period, as we call it. But the budget does cover the full 12 months of the year ended December 31, 2025. The proposed budget from all funds is $197,025,114. As been mentioned, there's no increase in the millage rate, and the city is optimizing our operations in order to manage rising costs as we try to continue to enhance our community service delivery. So we continue to maintain a commitment to public safety, including top-tier police pay. This budget also continues to transition from a part-time fire department to a full-time fire department. And it also contemplates pay raises for all employees of the city. Some more highlights I think is important, as we've heard from other agenda items. The mayor and council have an aggressive economic development strategy. This budget seeks to support that strategy. It also helps to establish a new customer service center within City Hall so that we can better serve our residents and our businesses. And we have 5 new positions that we refer to as concrete and traffic calming crew, who will help construct sidewalks and install traffic calming devices throughout the city. Another goal of this budget was to try to streamline overhead and discretionary spending. We're going to focus on improving fleet management. We're also going to try to deploy, or we will deploy, strategic budgeting practices that will allow us to maximize our city resources and enhance service quality, and particularly on responsiveness in the procurement process. We're looking to realign departments that would enhance both the efficiency and effectiveness. These are generally 2 competing goals that we find that there's an opportunity for alignment: integrating economic development and community development, combining communications and special events, merging park police into traffic division, and establishing a shared services support team. We have some highlights on capital investment items. Road resurfacing of $4 million, funded by the city for $3 million, and the LMIG of $1 million. We will add concrete equipment of $319,000 and parking improvements of $470,000. We have worked to realign our positions within the city. This will include 15 new firefighters and the previously mentioned 5 new concrete members, so that our total full-time position history will be 737 employees. There is a reduction in staffing being proposed in this budget to realign the organization to meet our current and future needs of the city and in an effort to enhance city services. The proposed budget includes a reduction of 16 full-time positions and a reduction of funding authorized for part-time positions. In the previous reading of the budget, that number was 23, with a lot of work from the senior leadership team, as well as department heads, finance group. We've been able to reduce that number from 23 to 16. We feel this will continue to better align our services to meet obligations and to enhance efficiency in meeting those obligations. The full-time staff being laid off will receive a special compensation package that will be based on, at a minimum, their length of service to the city, as well as other procedures involved in the process. The budget contemplates adding 15 new firefighters to continue to transition into the full-time department, as previously mentioned, and the 5 transport concrete crew members. I thought with the questions that came up in the last budget, maybe to focus a little bit on parking revenue, and Mr. Leatherman and Peter spoke to previously. You have seen first-time jitters. So this is the rate table that was previously approved by the council, by a previous council in 2018 for the various parking locations. and serves as a basis for our parking revenues in the budget. We basically split the analysis on 3 different timeframes: weekday, weekend, and special events. Key in these estimates is that we are basing this on both city-owned and not city-owned, but secured by lease and other means of 1,011 spaces. What's important in this model to me, to demonstrate that, while it's a new venture, we have to employ prudent and conservative budgeting matters, is our uptake rates. So the first way we've done this to be conservative is we've used a low blended hour rate per space per day. And then even there, we took a further reduction to those projected revenues with utilization rates of 40% for the most part, except here at City Hall, which is the largest block of spaces, at an uptake of 10%. And we actually hold that uptake steady through the weekend model while the other locations go up to 70%, which is supported, anecdotally by the number of people we see coming into the downtown area. We also allow for special events, but you'll see maybe 5 days of special events and holding, again, the revenue number per spot at a low number. This is actually the smallest component of the parking revenue model. As we look at the uptake in monthly revenues, this takes us 6 months to get to, almost 7 months to get to full monthly revenue, recognizing the operational needs that the departments need, the respective departments need to implement to make parking spots ready. And then this is a cumulative revenue projection. It gets us to the $2.2 million at the end of December. I think it's key to notice that we don't just assume this revenue starts on day one. We recognize it takes a lot of work to build to it, and we've built those project milestones into the recognition of revenue in the budget. So to kind of summarize parking, we will be making a small capital investment of $300,000 to $400,000, and there's an operating estimate of $500,000 to $800,000, of which approximately 50% of that number is variable to the parking revenue. So we don't spend it if we don't earn it, in essence. Estimated first-year revenues are using a dynamic pricing model that holds the rates basically between $1 to $2 per hour. We use conservative occupancy rates of 40% and 70%, except for City Hall, where we continue to keep it at 10%, as our estimate for generating is $2.2 million in revenue. And I think a key point to make here is that none of this revenue from this model reflects any future parking deck or unconstructed decks that we've talked about either here or in other meetings. So with that, unless you have questions for me at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Lynn.
Thank you, Bill. Welcome, Lynn. How you doing? Good to see you, as always.
Thank you very much. It's very good to see y'all. Good evening. This is the second reading of the budget, and I'm super excited. Your work's done. I can actually go on a vacation day. No. So all fund summary. For all of our funds, we are looking at 203 in 2024, and we're looking at revenue in 2025 of 207 million. This is the use of funds. This would be the expenditures that go along with that for all of the funds. So 196 in the full fiscal year of FY24, and in FY25 we're looking at 197 million. Revenue sources, our largest revenue source is charges for service now. And so the FY25 is sitting at 58 million. This would include stormwater, solid waste, water, all of those utilities, and it does include recreation and also services from general fund going back to those services as well. Sales tax revenue, this is for all funds, so this includes the general lost, which is local option sales tax, and the T-SPOS, which is transportation-based projects. We're looking at 30 million and 20 million. 30 million for lost, that goes into general fund, which funds things like police department, fire, recreation, transportation, and the 20 million for T-SPOS, transportation projects. The millage rate history, this goes along with one of our next revenue source, largest is property tax. So this is our millage rate history. From 2018 to now, we have made a very concerted effort to maintain a low maintenance and operation millage rate, and that is what goes into general fund, and again, funds things like police and fire and recreation and transportation. The other line on there in the blue is the bond millage rate, and that is what funds our repayment of the bonds that were reissued. So we issued those in, all of a sudden I can't remember which year, but we increased the millage rate in 24 for those bonds to a 0.9 millage rate, and that will assist in repaying those bonds that were voter approved at a very high percentage. The property tax revenue, I've limited this slide to just general fund. I will say that 6 months is not a whole year. So for 2025, we're looking at 34.3 million for a full year at no change in the millage rate. For revenue rate changes, that'll be on the resolution next. So general fund summary, for just general fund, we have in sources, these are sources of funds, the revenues that we collect, 98.9 in 2024, and looking at 2025, we're looking at 104.5. In use of funds, we're looking in 2024 was 101, and we're looking at 104 in 2025. This is the same slide, except shown by department instead of by the types of accounts. So police, fire, recreation, and transportation make up more than half of general fund. General fund summary, this is all of the source that all of the fund available resources in that first section. So general fund sources of funding, including a 25% reserve, and that is a 3-month reserve, so 25% of a whole year. So it was 26.4 in the 6 month, but in the coming year, 25% will be 25.2. So the total of all sources available to general fund is 129.7, and the uses of funds are 129.7. Within the operating, as they have mentioned, top tier police pay is included in the 25 budget, employee compensation, the year 3 fire transition add of 15 firefighters, add 5 FTE for concrete and traffic calming crew, and the brand initiative of 200,000. In the capital, as mentioned earlier, 3 million of resurfacing, concrete of 319,000, and parking of 470,000. Within our other funds, we are looking at water and sewer, and this provides water to some of our citizens. The revenue is 5.9 million, and the expenses are 5.8 million. For stormwater, our source of funds is 4.8 million, and use of funds is 4.6, including a large capital investment of transfers and capital of 2.3. Solid waste, the source of revenue is 15.3 million. The use of funds is 14.3, and a large portion of that goes to salaries and operating. Recreation and park participation. This is got a source of funds of 9.9 and a use of funds of 9.9. The enterprise fund capital, and this has solid waste, stormwater, and water. And as I have mentioned in the previous presentations, this is mostly investments in our assets and keeping those utilities at a high level of function. Hotel motel fund, the source of funds is 1.7 million, and use of funds is at 1.4 million. The budget ordinance that Davidson had read off, this is the top 10 funds listed within our budget. So this is the expenditures for all of those. So 197 total, the 104 that we've mentioned already for general fund, and then as you go down. This ordinance does set our fiscal year from January to December. So we will have a full 12 months within this budget. It does set the allocation by fund and department as required by the state, authorize the number of full-time positions, and establishes contingencies. This does authorize reappropriation from one year into the next for things like capital that have already been started or grant projects, contingency funding, any confiscated assets funding, the professional services for city administrator, employee wellness, Roswell University, police, school zone safety program, external legal services, and municipal elections. For the budget process, as I mentioned at the beginning of this, this is the second budget reading and will be the adoption. For tonight, I have presented the budget exactly as it was presented during the first reading. We have gotten one suggestion for an add delete, and so I have listed it here. It's economic development, reduction of 600,000, and within operating contingency, an increase of 600,000. So if we do add that to the motion, then that would be added to the final budget. And I will turn it back over to Mr. Bill.
Gladly turn it back over to me, right?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That was a great job, Lynn. Thank you. Not sure I could have got through this process without your help or Georgette's. So I wanted to touch on how I approached my review process. I had 2 weeks to look at a document that has been taking months to put together. So I wanted to sort of focus my attention on areas that I thought were higher risk than others, lower risk. However, I thought it also made sense to start with the document that was presented to the citizens as part of the first agenda, the first reading in the agenda a few weeks ago. So I started with the PDF document, the 81-page document that Lynn published as part of the agenda item. I then had some assistance in breaking that down into an Excel file and performing some analytical procedures, looking at mainly trends and significant variances, using both common size type analysis as well as trends over the prior years. The 6-month period created a little bit of difficulty because you can't simply multiply it by 2. The revenue shapes are not consistently month to month, and expenditure shapes are not consistent month to month. So I used that as best as I could, but I mainly relied more on the 12 months in ended 6/30/2024, since it had the same 4 quarters captured as our budget does in 25, just rearranged a little bit different, right? So that, and then I also made reference to 23 in case I saw an anomaly to see if there was a 1-year difference between 23 and 24 that might help explain what was going on in 25. Based on those results, I identified certain areas that I wanted to dive deeper into, and in that process, obtained supporting documentation from the people that helped prepare the budget, mainly Lynn, Georgette, staff from the departments that helped populate the budget, a lot of meetings with people to walk me through to understand it. In essence, I went back to being an audit partner for a couple of weeks. So one of the things I wanted to make sure is that the preparation of the budget adhere to sound budget practices, and I did sit with Lynn to gain an understanding of the processes that she goes through, the literature that she relies on for what's acceptable as a budget mechanism, what's not acceptable as a budget mechanism, and then also where applicable, because we're not actually recognizing revenue, so government accounting standards don't apply yet, but we will be recognizing revenues and costs at some point with this budget. So I wanted to make sure that we had the baseline to understand the accounting model that we would be using when we implement the budget. So that's the reference to the accounting standards. The specific areas that I focused on included property tax revenues, sales tax revenues, parking revenues, and salaries and benefits expense. In particular, I'll start with property tax revenues. There was a pretty significant increase in the 12 months to 12-month number. With the millage rate being held constant, I wanted to make sure I understood how the tax digest interplayed with this number, the relationship between increased fair values, certain limitations imposed by homestead exemptions that Mr. Davidson was very polite to walk me through and to gain a full understanding. While it is, my mind, a more than insignificant increase, I would say it's a material increase, but it's a big increase. I do feel comfortable with the way it was calculated. I do feel comfortable that we provided the limitations and constraints on the digest as appropriate to apply the millage rate. On the sales tax revenue, I went through the same process. We are given a rate as part of a share agreement, for lack of a better phrase. And the basis points of that agreement are going down year over year until they stabilize. I believe this is the first year they stabilized, right? Or did they stabilize last year? 2 years ago. Okay, so they stabilized 2 years ago. So looking at the number going down, I felt that was a little bit odd, but I looked at the base from which it's being calculated, prior experience, and the variance then became a lot easier to understand in the sales tax revenue. I covered parking revenue in the first part of my presentation. I don't think I really need to go back over that. And then, of course, the salaries and benefits expenses, I know a lot of effort was put into that leading up to my review, but in my review, I also went through to look at how the departments had built up their budget, the positions that were included in these budgets, changes in those positions year over year, functions of those positions, particularly in the effort to achieve our strategic goals, and look down the road to developing a shared service center so that we can begin to bring more of this stuff into a centralized location, operate more efficiently, and hopefully in the process also be more effective to our citizens and our businesses. So in conclusion, based on this review, based on these procedures that I undertook, I do believe that revenues have been estimated using a prudent and conservative estimates. I believe those estimates are based on prior experience and appropriate macro data to the extent that we need that data. The expenditures reflect a strategic intent to optimize our administrative functions and prioritize services that directly benefit our citizens, with a special focus on the shared service center and purchasing, and be able to leverage some of those purchasing activities to make better use of city resources. So, in my professional opinion, the proposed budget is sound and reasonable, and I recommend adoption.
Thank you, Bill, very much. Appreciate your presentation. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you guys for your hard work, your massive hard work. Let me bring it back to council for any thoughts, comments, or questions at this time on the budget second reading. David. Yes, sir. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. Forgive me because I missed the first budget reading, and this might have been answered in that meeting, but is this the second year that we've had a budget with the new Fulton County agreement with all the because they went from the loss agreement, thank you, went from 4% to 12%, right? So they now take 12% out.
There's a scale.
Yeah.
There's a scale.
Because that will, I got a couple questions, like why is the sales tax $2 million down? And I assume that this is part of the reason Fulton County is getting a bigger part of the pie. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense. And I don't know, for purposes of your question, if we have the scale ready. I know we did it when we presented Lost in January of 23. We presented the Lost findings and voted on them. And that was negotiated by all 15 cities with Fulton County. And it's a sliding scale that goes in an adverse direction. And of course, the piece out of that was larger pie. The pie gets larger, so we're thinking that the revenue stream stays relatively close and may even grow as the years go on, years 6, 7, 8. But this is one of those years where that massive change in structure does affect revenues. I don't know if we probably can't pull up revenues, can we, Jeff? Pull up the scale. But it's the lost negotiations between Fulton County and.
Yeah, and so I wanted to make this point clear. It's not because our local city economy is stalling or anything. Sorry, it's not because our city economy is stalling. Right, our economy is growing as a city.
You just got a less share of the local.
We just got less share.
Less share of the local office sales tax. More went to Fulton County. Yep. Good question. Council, while Jeff's coming up, any other thoughts, comments? Councilmember Beeson, Sarah.
All right, as I've already notified my fellow electeds, I did this last year too. I have my 60-second soliloquy, as I like to call it, which I have prepared. Like to give folks kind of context for why I vote the way that I do. I previously voted no on the first reading of the budget. As I stated then, it was not quite where I needed it to be at that point in time. Anytime I vote no or anytime I change my vote, I like to give context to the public as to why I'm voting the way that I am, as that is my obligation to you as an elected official. Similar to my comments last year, no budget is 100% perfect for all parties involved. There are a lot of stakeholders in a city of about 93,000 people, but it's a result of collaboration. Its passage is absolutely necessary in order for the city to function. If we do not collectively, as an elected body, pass a budget, we do not function as a city. Admittedly, I would have preferred if this year's budget process followed what Mayor and Council had originally outlined when we changed the budget from going from a fiscal year to a calendar year, where we would have a more open process, including budget workshops. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. I also would have preferred it if this year's budget format followed the previous year's format to make it easier to compare apples to apples. But these are areas for improvement next year. And I don't see a reason why these are not changes that can be incorporated in next year's budget process. As was mentioned earlier by Bill, our new CFO, that this was a changing budget process, so it's a little difficult to do apples to apples when you're doing different comparison years. I previously voted no in the prior reading of the budget, as again, it was not at a place I was comfortable with approving at the time. However, since then, there have been significant changes to the budget, some of which are staff cuts have been reduced by 30%. Some of the contracts have been reduced by 43%, and we built in some administrative contingencies which help address my adversity to risk. That was also discussed in Mr. Goodshall's recap of the process itself. While the budget is not 100% ideal for me, I don't think it's 100% ideal for anyone. Again, it's a trade-off, it's collaboration. However, assuming these changes that were discussed are accepted, those combined with some of the highlights covered in the presentation this evening, such as top-tier police pay or the continued transition to a full-time fire department, have gotten me to a yes vote for this evening's budget.
Thank you, Sarah, very much. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council?
To make one quick comment.
Yes, sir.
To Bill, he was given for those of you who didn't attend the first reading, Mayor and Council gave him 2 weeks to basically opine on the budget process. And obviously, a glowing report, and thank you for that. But I would point out that your years as an audit partner served you well in that you start with materiality and high risk and work your way down. And so in that amount of time, I mean, you probably had audit engagements that were 2 weeks or so.
Not this big.
But, I mean, so that process served us well, and we're just really glad that you were there to give us that and help Sarah get to a yes. That's an important thing for the city, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Alan. Excellent point. Thanks, Bill. Yes, sir, Jeff.
Yes.
You would just throw up the lost.
Yeah, sorry if it's
just
on my computer.
Point of
so it might
reference.
be a little clunky, but
It just shows you the scale from 10 years.
yeah, and I'll slide it across so you can kind of get a sense of it.
So Jeff, just tell everybody where you're at. As you can see, the scale shows that when you, 8.9598, and you can see when it went to 23, what it went to in 24, what it's going to in 25. You can see it's a sliding scale. And then revenue projections, I think based upon, keep going. We saw that turn. You got the revenue projections below it, don't you? I remember when we did this. Yeah, so you're showing, it's like 2025, your revenue projection, right? Interestingly enough, Bill, right, was 28,702. If I'm not correct.
That's right.
Right? No?
Yeah, you want to look at
No. When we did our initial calculations, you see the green? See the green bar below the other green bar? Those green bars represent what we, you can see the negative percentages and then the Roswell final calculation. So, Bill, that's what we projected 2 years ago for the next 10 years. So in actuality, David, to your point, it ain't good, but the number's actually coming in above projection, i.e. to the economic activity based on your question. Good question. Sir, Councilor.
that the rate applies to, it's our share of Fulton tax, sales tax revenues, as opposed to some effort to identify Roswell. So our economic performance could be buried by under or overperforming areas within the county. So we are over the original estimate when basis points were getting cut, but we did dip a little bit, which is why I want to drill down deeper into it. And so it seems that Fulton County may have underperformed as a county, but it's hard to believe that we underperformed as a.
I just want to be clear. What we're projecting is $30,042,075 in fiscal year 2025.
That's correct.
What we projected, now remember, this is the old calendar year, so it's a little confusing, but what we projected for 25 was $28,702,000. So the irony is we actually are coming in above our projections, but we knew it was going to be bad. Yes, Lynn.
That presentation is 12 months from January to December. I made everything on
Sorry,
this
you
sheet.
corrected it and made it, that's why I made the fiscal year same with the calendar year. Thanks for that correction. Thank you. Awesome. Well done. Okay, good question. Thank you. Other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Being none, I now ask any Roswell residents. Yes, ma'am. Janet? In reference to the second reading of the budget presentation.
Correct. Could you give me 1 minute before you start the clock? I want to announce the passing of someone here in Roswell. Mr. Jeff Spoor died and was buried at the National Cemetery in Canton today. He was an Iraq War veteran. He was in his mid-50s. He was very active at the Roswell Fire Labs. He was by trade one of the high-altitude welders. He deconstructed buildings. I met him because he taught me how to be a stick welder. And I read it today, and I just wanted to acknowledge that Mr. Jeff Spoor passed away today. I don't know from what, or he was buried today. He was a kind, generous, funny man, and our town was lucky to have him here. So I just wanted to let people who are watching this, who maybe knew Jeff, know that he's gone on now.
Thank you, Janet, for sharing us about Jeff. Thank you.
Yeah, he was a terrific guy, and he taught me how to stick weld. So I'm here because you guys are all talking about these multi-million-dollar things, and I was an English major. I wasn't an accountant. However, I did notice that you, last month or 2 weeks ago, you have eliminated any Hispanic heritage events from the budget for next year. Not one mention of one word of approximately 18% of our population in Roswell. And as Mr. Knighton announces every time we open a meeting, we want to make Roswell the best place in America for people to live. Well, we all know that when you share your heritage, you create a stronger community among young people. That's why we have Irish Fest. That's why we have Roots. That's why we have a lot of festivals. So I did a little digging and I found out the following. We're spending $0 for Hispanic Heritage Month, but the Roots Black History Month Festival will be getting $56,000. We are going to pay Mr. Ruben Studdard, who's going to do a concert over here at the Cultural Arts Center, $15,000 for 2 hours. But we can't do anything for Hispanic Heritage Month or the Day of the Dead celebration. Nothing, $0. Sure would like to know why. We had a Latino film festival over at the Cultural Arts Center. It got moved there quickly because of someplace else had a fire or something. There was never a mention of it, not in the famous Roswell 365 or anywhere else. There was a Hispanic art exhibit in this city hall, and there was never a mention of it anywhere in the city. Not in the Roswell Connections, not in Roswell 365, nowhere. And I'd like to know why 20% of our population is being marginalized by this city by eliminating them from the budget. I deal with Hispanics. I translated today at the doctor's office because a patient got there and the person helping couldn't help her. So that is all these millions of dollars, but you don't have $1,000 for anything for Hispanic Heritage Month. And as a Hispanic, I really question that and wonder why. Just wonder why. Do you all live in a vacuum? Secondly, I've heard that you're going to cut some positions in from Rec and Parks, I've heard, and perhaps the Water Department. And I want you to know that the Rec and Parks people and the Water Department people, during COVID, they didn't get the option to work at home in their pajamas. They had to come to work every day and waste gas to get here. To keep the parks clean, to keep the water pipes clean, they had to work in person. They didn't get combat pay, they didn't get hazard duty pay, they didn't even get compensation for their extra gasoline, but everybody else got to stay home and work. And now you're thinking of cutting some of their positions, at least that's what I've heard through the grapevine from people, and they are really scared and they're not happy. If any of you went to a park during COVID, you know how clean they were? How much would they have to pay you to clean out a dumpster or a trash can when we were in a pandemic? Now this raise you're going to give the employees, I always laugh because it's a fixed rate percentage. The people making $200,000 get 3%, and the people making $30,000 make 3%. Who needs it more? You need to change the way you compensate the bonus, not 3% across the board where the rich get richer and the poor stay poorer. Just my opinion as an English major, not an accountant. You want to cut employees in the rec department maybe? We just acquired Holly Hill. We now have Mimosa Hall. They're fabulous. You're going to make that whole park back there. Who do you think is going to take care of them if you cut people? And our population's only going to grow because this is a nice place, you know. I tell people all the time, we have the opportunity to do every day in our city what some people wait to do for 1 week on vacation. If you don't take advantage of the opportunities, that's your call. But life is a participation sport, and you can do it here. But we're going to take the wizards behind the curtain, who are the quiet people that just keep the trash cleaned, keep the streets clean. When we have a special event, they sit in their gaiters and wait for the crap to come down, or deal with the drunks. We got a lot of those. The other thing is, I'm not really happy with the Roswell Christmas market. They get 50 days of completely private use, exclusive use of that property and the building. And last year we made $7,000 for 50 days. That comes to $125 a day to use a historic property in a building. I want to rent it for that. Because if I want to rent it for a wedding, it's several $1,000s for 4 hours. So I understand monetization in tourism. I've been in it for 42 years. But I don't like it when certain people and certain organizations get favoritism and treated with special favors. We feather their nests, and I don't like it.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Thank you for your comments, as always. Would other Roswell residents like to speak on? Yes, ma'am. This is commenting on the FY 2025 budget for the city of Roswell, Georgia. Second reading.
Yes, Aaron Brumley, Martin's Landing. Just to comment a little bit on the parking model, I'm still a little skeptical that we're going to average 6.6 thousand a day starting January 1st. I know it's not January 1st, but that's what you average. And so I want to make sure that you guys know I'm going to hold you to it. I'm going to make sure that those numbers, I know you included risk on it, but you know, to see how widely it differs from the results. And also to let you know that these will have unintended consequences. One thing is going to be, you know, a lot of people won't want to come because they have to pay for parking. And the employees of those businesses that are in this area, I mean, they get $2 an hour being, you know, waiter or waitress, and they have to pay $10 to park. That's, you know, that is just not going to work. And so I just don't see how this benefits the businesses in Roswell. As well as, again, I consider this city hall part of my assets, kind of my property, and this is where we park when we do a live in Roswell, and now you're gonna charge me to park in my own house. And so that's, again, things that it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for us residents. So I just want to make sure that you guys know that I'm going to keep on it. And the other part was not just the cut for the Day of the Dead Festival, but the cuts in all the arts events. We don't have Rivers and Sounds anymore. We cut the budget for Roswell Arts Fund. And I know, Ms. Hill, you're a very big supporter of the arts. I'm just very, very surprised that all these cuts came. You know, we still have roots, thank goodness. But one of the charms of Roswell is to have all these events, to, like Ms. Janet said, to bring the community. So I'm not advocating just for, you know, Hispanic events or whatever. It's just the cuts were just so big and so surprising. Just very disappointed in that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you for your comments very much. Other Roswell residents like to, yes, ma'am, in the back with a hat. Welcome. You're going to have to tell me who you are, so I apologize.
Hi, I'm Christine. I'm a new Roswell resident.
What-
Thank you for having me.
Christine, full name and where you live.
Christine Milliken in Bicentennial High School in Walton. I'd just like to make a comment. I'm here because I'm deeply concerned about the proposed recreation budget. These programs are not just activities, they're essential resources that provide our residents with structure, education, and community engagement. For working parents like myself, the Recreation Center is a lifeline, and I worry about how reduced funding will impact the quality and availability of these programs. I'm also troubled by the plan I heard to lay off staff members, and I would like to know which positions are being eliminated and why these cuts are considered justified. Are these positions directly tied to the services that we rely on and like those at the Recreation Center? How will the layoffs affect the level of service the city provides to families like mine? I urge council to reconsider these decisions and prioritize transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate you being here. Kat, I saw you raise your hand. Come on, welcome.
Got a notebook this time.
Okay.
Okay, I would also like to talk about the rec department. Because I know that this is a different format this year because everything's different and all. It's very different that our budget is 82 pages this time and where it's previously about 260 pages. So there's not a lot of context. And I am an anthropology major and not an accounting major, so I did my best. But it looks like, to me, that the rec participant fund, which would be the fees that people pay to do the rec programs, has increased like $2 million, a lot. And the administration fees, which I think used to be called the convenience fees, that has increased. In 2023, that was $23,688. And then in 2025, that is going to be $1,050,000. So combined, that makes our rec program fees going up 29%. That's a lot. If this is supposed to be the family-friendly community that we want, that is not family-friendly to increase our fees, unless I'm reading that wrong. But that's money to the city. That's your revenue from coming from rec programs. 29% is huge. I've heard y'all say a number of times, especially Mr. Sells, that your plan is to eliminate property taxes. That's your goal. But if we're gonna do that by charging people for rec funds, I think that we can do better than that. I have a suggestion, because I also don't think that the parking is realistic at all. Have y'all been here in the summer? Everything is not full. There is not, you're not getting 40% of, or 80% in some of these things. You're not gonna have the revenue that you think you are. But we could stop spending millions of dollars on every shiny new object that comes our way. It's okay to pass on some projects sometimes, and then we won't have to increase all these fees. Am I mistaken on anything?
Thank you, Kat. Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate that very much. Yes, ma'am, Daryl?
I had several things that I looked at in the budget as I was going through it. I also watched the committee meeting prior to this, so I did see the parking
The work session?
proposal.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the work session. And I agree with Kat. I'm very concerned about that type of increase, if that is additional fees for people trying to use the parks for their children's, activities, all that kind of stuff. The parks have been really a very big signature of our city, and I think that when we charge people, we're sort of nickeling and diming everybody to get a benefit that we've been having. I've been living here 25 years, maybe it's 26 years in March, and the park system and all the different activities that my children participated in were monumental. And really, I didn't have a neighborhood with a pool. We went to the city pool. We really liked having all those services. But if we keep adding extra money to those services that are essential for so many different families and also people who are aging, myself included, I like to be able to do it at an affordable cost because it's part of the city benefit of living here. And I don't think we should try to get that kind of funds from our families in that way. If that is, again, the budget is not contextualized, so it's very difficult for us looking in at the numbers and knowing exactly what that means for that. For the parking presentation, a quote stood out to me by the Sierra representative. Now I can't find it, but basically was saying something to the effect of, I think we are pretty open about how flawed the data is. Said out loud in the meeting, and
Would you care to contextualize the conversation? I'm a little tired of people coming up here and
I'm
actually, I've got
quoting
the floor.
from the meeting. No, I'm sorry,
But
this
you're
is my
not quoting accurately. You're taking one comment and not contextualizing the conversation.
And
that
everybody-
is for political purposes.
I'm about to, no, it is not a political
Yeah,
thing.
it is
I'm going to,
political.
I'm
Because it's silly,
contextualizing
your
what
silliness.
I heard.
It's a silly comment. You're making a silly comment without context.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're
You
making
can,
a
you
silly.
can argue with me. Don't take my time.
I actually can take your time if
Do
you're going
not
to make
take my
silly
time.
comments that don't have
All
context.
right, so the comment was added as a result of saying that y'all were asking questions about how are we going to generate this revenue? Do we know that we're going to be able to hit that mark by the end of those months? And it was said multiple times how flawed the data is. The data is flawed. You don't have, my husband and I come here to Roswell and we purposely park in city halls free and walk to the establishments because we know it's free here and we enjoy a walk. My brother, if he came to visit, is handicapped and he might have to avail himself of the parking, and there is premium parking already right now. But if you try to monetize every space in this city, including City Hall, which is the people's space, we're the residents. And I'm quoting something I heard, not out of context.
It is
I'm
out of
giving
context.
you the context for
It's out of
that.
context, and you
No,
know
it
it is.
isn't.
It's out of
Whatever.
context.
And
You know it is.
all the residents in this city are not going to pay what you're proposing. You're making a proposal without asking, how would you like to pay for everything that you do? You haven't told us what mechanism you're going to use. Are you using Park Mobile? Are you going to establish your own type of municipal thing? Mr. Sells, you even said we could pay somebody to monitor the fact that people aren't even paying for the parking spots. We know that people aren't paying for the paid parking spots, and we're not doing anything about it. And what we decided to do instead was decide to monetize every single available, including the City Hall, which all year long you guys have been saying, come to all these events, come to what's going on 365, get there. Well, add the comment, bring a whole bunch of money to pay for parking, to do all these things. All year long, I've been talking about come to City Hall and avail yourself of the free parking, and now you're saying come to City Hall. Maybe I'll have to pay to come and see here and say that I'm insulting you by quoting what I heard in your own meetings. So I'm sorry for that, for you, But I heard that, I wrote it down, and I'm not taking it out of context, nor am I politicizing it. I'm doing it
Daryl,
as a
you are
Roswell
politicizing.
resident.
Thank you for your time. And by the way, there are several people, like yourself, residents, that no matter what this council and mayor does, you take an adverse position, you take things out of context, and you put them in minutia to make, I'm sorry, I have the floor. You got to speak. I get to speak.
No, you took some of my time.
No, we didn't. Your time got added. Let's be clear. Your time didn't get taken away. Mr. Knighton stops the clock when I have an interjection.
You didn't.
Okay. Anyway, Daryl, thank you. We could say the streets were getting laid with gold for free, and you'd be opposed. And it's just the way it is. And so I get to hear some of these. It is political because there's not an earnest desire to have a reasonable conversation. And if you listened to the workshop earlier, you heard that the council is going to consider it as a policy matter next month. So they're going to take and digest them themselves. Thank you very much. All right, any other residents that would like to address this matter? Yes, sir. Roman, welcome.
About the parking. I read the whole 245 pages, and I will say I understood majority of them. And one, I don't think we'll get the 2.2 millions. I read all the material, and I say something is wrong with all the concepts. Basically based on 2 parking lots, very small, and all the theory and the statistics doesn't fit. But my question is, nobody is talking about it. To make all the parking lots payable, we need kiosk. Like we have a kiosk here in downtown, 1 kiosk for 44 parking spaces, which is the average in the nation and in Atlanta. It's 1 kiosk per 15 spots. Now, if you're talking about 1,000 spaces, how many kiosks we need to add? It's cost money. I didn't see anywhere in the budget this investment to do it. So whereas I was looking, I was reading the 240, trying to find it out, nobody's talking about it. It says that 1 kiosk probably today costs $10,000. So if you will go and make the kiosk as it's supposed to be to get the revenue, it's huge investment. What do you do with the kiosk? Who invested this money to put the new system? You know, where is it? I didn't see it. It's not just we charge money. Infrastructure is missing here. Where is it? Who will pay for it? I know there are systems, I can use only my phone, I don't need a kiosk and pay for it. But apparently, according to the report, they don't recommend it to do it in Roswell, and I don't know why. But anyway, where is the cost on the infrastructure to getting the money for the parking? Do you have somewhere? Okay,
Been in the
thank you.
presentation, in the workshop, and in this evening in the budget presentation. The infrastructure, there was both an OpEx and a CapEx budget submitted. There was, if you saw the presentation from the CFO, he showed you both the OpEx and the CapEx on the parking plan. In the workshop at 5 o'clock, there was detail about the OpEx and the CapEx budget. Councilmember Sells made the point that the $2.2 million revenue has an offset of expenditures on both the OpEx and the CapEx side. So the $2.2 million, even if Alan said, even if we were dramatically wrong, which some people will automatically take the position that we are automatically wrong no matter what we do, and completely we're off the mark, you still have the offset of the OpEx and the CapEx, which, yes, sir, the CapEx is the investment in the infrastructure that you're talking about. That's approximately $400,000. Any other Roswell residents like to speak? George, welcome. If you'd do me a favor, George, tell everybody who you are and where you live in Roswell. Welcome, sir.
Sure. George Crumley, 540 Huntwood Place, Roswell, resident 30 years.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to go through all the things that have been said. I don't get the 2.2 million, don't really agree with charging Roswell residents for parking. I like to go to Canton Street, see all my friends, you know, but not spend money on parking if I'm thinking about having to go up there. So I don't want to complain, I was just going to come with a suggestion. To use the recycling used to give everybody a sticker that they used to put on their car, so that we could use it and outside residents would have to pay or not use it at all. So I was thinking, because of something like that, and I'm assuming that this 2.2 million is not directed, no way that is going to make it all off of Roswell residents, that you're thinking this is from people that are coming from outside of Roswell to attractions and things like that, and that's fine. But give the people of Roswell a break. Let them buy a sticker that lasts all year, give them the sticker for free, but allow Roswell residents to enjoy what we gave you the seed money to do this other parking garage, $20 million. Bond, thank you. You've thanked us many, many times. You remind us of that.
100%.
So, I mean, and I'm quoting one of the statements on the slide, you said rising costs was a consideration of the budget. Rising costs for residents also, that's the only thing I'm asking for. Consider that. Consider us also when you open your mind up to how we can address these issues, because the parking is an issue. It's been an issue. You said park, you know, at the City Hall for free. We push people to park there. That's where I park sometimes. But now you're saying you're going to charge for it. So I'm just, think about that. Maybe give us a break some kind of way.
Well, I think, George, that's what's going to happen in January. So the policy decisions of what the actual parking policy will be done will be determined by the council in January. But I'll give you some things to consider. I will tell you that I think if the city is paying for property and then giving that property for free, by extension, you're paying the taxes, right, that the city is using to go buy the property, to have, or to lease the property that you're getting to go, quote unquote, park for free. If you looked at the presentation today, the significant amount of spaces that have above dynamic pricing in the marketplace, all privately held, all much more expensive. I would also say to you is that the city made a decision in 2018 to get into the paid parking business. They, however, did not create the infrastructure. They created they had Park Mobile with very limited infrastructure. And so when we talk about the data, the problem we're having with the data is there's a very small amount of people that are actually paying for parking in downtown Roswell, even though it says, hey, pay for parking on all those city streets. Most people aren't paying for parking. No surprise, no secret, right? So the first problem with that is you don't get good data, right? And then you look at all the parking places, for example, the lot there on Green Street that the Petula sisters own, right? So the city pays the Petula sisters to lease that property, i.e. your tax dollars. And then we say it's free parking. There's no technology involved there to capture who actually staying there. Roswell, Inc. believes on current data from their subscription to credit card receipts that there's approximately 70% of visits from outside of Roswell folks coming to downtown Canton Street. What this will do is, one of the things is we need to get in the data collection business so we can make better decisions. Like, the data is flawed from the standpoint is that we don't have a lot of data, and the data is flawed from the standpoint is that the subscription model has such a low percentage of people participating in it that there's no way that anybody with credibility could say, oh, this is fantastic data. The subset's too small, i.e., if people are using Park Mobile and the number that are people actually using the parking, right, and paying for it, is 17% or 20% or 30%, we believe is pretty small. That's a very small data set to build information on. And that's what Peter meant by so we're basing all our data, I don't collect data on the, and by the way, you as Roswell residents are paying for parking, right? You're either paying for it privately or you're paying for the city who's leasing the property for somebody else. The other thing is to look at you're going to hear a lot about the business side of this. So the downtown Canton Street businesses, you saw Jeff's presentation in the workshop. There's a list of businesses, like if you come today, George, you want to say you want to open a business today, right? Then you're going to come to the city, and the city's going to say, fantastic, what can we do? But they're going to give you a model, a number of spaces that you have to comply with, just like any other city, that's going to support your customers and your employees. And they're going to say, this is our model. The city has that throughout the city for businesses, for restaurant businesses, for all retail businesses. In the downtown Canton Street area, it has that. It's half the number of the rest of the city, which is illogical because you have elevated sales in downtown Roswell, in the downtown Canton Street, based upon the rest of the city. So that's an illogical model. And then you add to it is that those businesses all are allocated 0 parking spaces, which is illogical. So the city is way invested too much in the parking model already of paying for parking, which you as a resident are, for all the property that you own, and then giving the parking for free. So I will tell you that there's an argument, but your suggestions are what the council is going to consider in January. This is not baked. The only thing that's baked is the revenue assumption based upon conservative models, based upon indexing of what the model was based on, 2018 pricing model that the city established, and taking incredibly low numbers of saying the subscription rates will be like this, super low. And so when people say, well, I disagree with the number, based on what? What you talk about flawed data, it's like, I think your number's wrong. Well, it's anecdotal, so I disagree with the numbers. Like, okay, well, that's not a great way to disagree. That's not reasonable. But to your point, you say, I don't want to, and by the way, there's a lot of consideration, George, is that we've been talking about this since the beginning of the parking garage, is to employ technology, because there's been a real debate internally about Roswell residents. What do they pay? What do they not pay? And that's a real, I can't answer that because I'm not, that's them. But we have been talking about that. It's like, hey, there's a real argument that I don't want Roswell residents to ever pay. And then so the discussion kind of goes along the lines you just heard me say. Well, if you don't want Roswell residents to pay, how do you adjudicate these other issues where ostensibly Roswell residents are paying, they just don't see it, right? If you're leasing property and you're paying for it, you're paying for parking. But yes, sir, 100%, we will take your consideration in mind. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Welcome. Take your time. Welcome. If you get a chance, just share us with your name and where you live in Roswell.
My name is Carol Clem.
Hi, Carol.
I've been here since 1988. I've raised 2 kids here, and my husband's back there, and I dragged him here because he wanted to watch football, I do believe, but.
Yes, I'm sorry we're missing it tonight. I apologize.
I kind of got beyond my medication time, so I can't say a lot right now, but I did want to say that I was very upset with the reduction in the Roswell Park budget. I also was upset to see that we were going to be charged for parking. I don't have to pay for parking because I can walk here from where I live. But I just wonder why in the 30 years I've lived here that we've been able to pay for parking through the city or just not charge anybody that lives here. So I do think the idea of having non-residents pay for parking would be a great idea. But to have residents pay for parking, it feels like that we're trying to like nickel and dime our residents. And it's with fees hurt people that are of lower income, whereas property tax reductions help people with higher income. So I feel like we should be at least cognizant of the fact that if we increase fees for people, it's going to affect our lower and moderate income people. And I worked in the government for 31 years for Treasury. So, and I am an accounting major. So I would have gone more into depth with this budget, but I didn't have any of the details, so it was hard to really look at the budget. There was a resolution I read dealing with the fact that council can increase fees, and I just wondered if there's going to be any other significant increase in fees that you have not told residents.
Yes, ma'am. The resolution will come after, if this budget is passed tonight, which I can't promise that it will be, but once the budget is considered, then there's 3 resolution items on fees, which there was a workshop on beforehand, which I wouldn't expect you to watch, but the workshop does deal with 3 different fee structures.
And what are those areas?
Ma'am?
What areas are going to go up, what fees?
Well, we're going to, if you'll, with due respect to the process, let us do the budget, and then those resolutions will be coming in front of you. Let me tell you what they are really quick. There is going to be a resolution of adjusting fees, let's see, fire, EPW, and Community Development.
What was the second one?
Environmental Public Works.
Okay.
So, yes, ma'am.
All right, and let me make sure I got all of my questions. Oh, I just wanted to mention, I was concerned with the reduction in staff, and I just wonder if there's any holes in services. Since services are going to go up, are we going to have any holes in services in specific departments that are not going to be filled?
You care to answer that one?
I'll answer your question this way, ma'am. Obviously, the budget as presented, as you saw, contemplates the reduction of staff. But any organization that is true to itself will continuously evaluate and analyze its service provision, which we've done throughout this budget. And although there does contemplate a reduction in staff, our department heads are absolutely committed to ensuring that our service delivery is not compromised at all. So to answer your question, we will provide the same service levels and/or increased service levels going forward in 2025.
And the 15...
And I would answer the question this way. I would say that if, as a resident of 30 years, if you're looking at services and you look at what's being demonstrated and executed in the last 36 months, that services have improved across the board.
I didn't hear the last.
Services have improved across the board. So you said, is there going to be a reduction in services? There's been an ongoing continuation and expansion of services.
Okay. I'd have to think about whether services have improved. I don't know. A question I have is regarding, one more question I have, or one more observation, that we're going to have 15 more firefighters.
Yes, ma'am.
Have we had a significant increase in fires that we need to hire 15 more people? And could maybe some of that money be used in other parts of the budget?
I mean, it could, but we've made an ongoing commitment to go from a part-time fire department to a full-time fire department.
Yeah, but you transition it slower.
Transition's a 5-year transition plan.
Okay, well, that's my comments for now, because I've kind of run out of steam, but
No,
thank you
ma'am.
for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments very much and your questions. Thank you. Other Roswell residents that would like to address the FY25 budget? Thank you very much for everyone that came up, and we'll bring it back to the council for additional thoughts, comments, or questions. Councilor Sells.
Could you go to the millage rate slide right quick? There you are. So that blue part is how you're currently paying for the parking deck. And the objective of what we're talking about here is making sure that those who use it pay for the parking deck. So the current bond is paid for out of property tax dollars. That's why that blue 9%, or excuse me, 0.9 mils is included in the budget. What we're trying to do is to match services to the cost of those services, and this is just one of those areas. The fees we're going to talk about are sort of some of the others, but we pay. There is no such thing as free parking. No such thing as free parking. You're paying for it one way or the other. What we're trying to do is to match it to the people who come downtown, specifically those that are out of town. We can certainly take up issues about like how we do resident parking and things like that, but the bottom line is we're paying for it, every inch of it right now. And this is much more driven towards efficiency and understanding. The data is crucial to planning the parking, knowing how much we need. The issues of the businesses that are they currently have, you're subsidizing their business, right? You're currently subsidizing businesses on Canton Street who have no parking. And that's what we're trying to change, is to make sure that the people who use that are paying their fair share. That's the whole theory behind that parking initiative.
Thank you, Councilmember Sells. Councilmember Hall?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment and just remind everybody that this parking conversation is not new or revolutionary. In 2012, the then mayor and council economic development people made a trip to Greenville, South Carolina. And that is basically, that city has built its economic development plan around its parking and the city owning parking, and it's done a tremendous job. And that was the impetus for looking at parking in the city. And I guess in 2018 is when the city first implemented a version of getting into the parking business. And then we as a council went again in 2022, right? Was it 22?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, saw the incredible benefit of the city participating in the parking arena, how it helped the economic development of that city. And if you haven't been to Greenville lately, make a trip. It's really flourishing, come a long way. So I just wanted to remind everybody that this is not something that was just thought of overnight, but this is something that's been in the works really for 12 years or maybe more.
Thanks, Councilmember Hall. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Councilmember Beeson?
I just want to encourage folks, we had a 5 o'clock work session that was streamed live. We worked through some kinks on the microphones, but it was streamed live, and we had a fairly robust conversation. It's the last item of the meeting surrounding the parking study as it was initially presented. It will be coming back, as they mentioned, in January, so we'll be having further conversation surrounding that and whatever policies are implemented. So would highly encourage folks to go back to watch that for more context and have a larger conversation around that. That said, I will say respectfully as well, what you just said to Mr. Crumley, 1,000% correct. But I think you and Ms. O'Hare actually were fairly similar and aligned in what you were trying to say, just said in different ways. See, we're all on the same level with communication. I think it was just a slight miscommunication there. And that said, I do have a question this might be a question for Mr. Leatherman, I guess. The line item surrounding Riverside Sounds, a resident had asked about Riverside Sounds reduction. Is that permanent, or is that temporary due to the fact that we're about to have pending construction at Riverside Park? Because I believe we have programming that's supposed to come back for that. It's just held while we're working on that area, correct?
So Riverside Sounds is funded in the fiscal year 25, or for, I'll say, next calendar year. There's a shortened schedule. I'll double check with Stephen, but I think it's to July. Where are you? July. There's 4 Riverside Sound dates here in 25. It's funded in this current year because we have to essentially purchase the services of the people that we're bringing in. And we expect then that park to be under construction after those 4 shows, and so we've limited that. Once the park is finished with construction, we're excited to welcome that event back to the city. We're investing a significant amount of improvements to support essentially live music and Riverside Sounds and events like it down there at that park and facility.
So it's coming back and it will be better, so don't be sad about Riverside Sounds. It's purely temporary, but
Don't run off,
understood.
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
Councilmember Sell says don't go far. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank
Could
you,
you
sir.
speak to some of the increase in services and the increase of programming that may have led to some of the increase in the fees on the Parks and Rec, or perhaps?
Sure. Yeah, and I'll have Mr. Malone come up as well in case there's anything that I didn't cover. But there's a couple of items within the revenue structure. So we've added the Crabapple Middle School facility, and we're actually having basketball practices and games there right now. So we do expect some expansion of programming there. We've also moved some of the staffing components around into the Recreation Participation Fund. And that's why you see some of the increases in that. The Recreation Participation Fund at just under $10 million essentially is all of the staff time as well as the equipment that is necessary to provide the direct services of those programs. And so you see a direct relationship between the fees that we charge and the cost for services. The general fund component of the budget also picks up the cost of maintenance for our parks and maintenance for our facilities. So there is a balance there that we continue to employ throughout our recreation facilities. So some of it is an increase in services. We do have some fee increases that we're contemplating as part of the cost of doing business. As you see uniforms going to increase, you see some staff going to increase. That is driving some of the fee structures. We are
In the end of subsidization. I mean, that's one of the other things. So let the message be. Somebody says, well, I've been here 30 years and such and such and such and such. I hear that. So if you came in and you peaked and you were now the public official, you're the mayor, the city council person, and you said, wait a minute, why is the other taxpayers subsidizing something that has a deficit spend to it. And you would say, correct that. And for years and years and years, the city didn't do that. So the last couple of years, the city's gotten into actually zero-based budgeting and analyzing everything. So wait a minute, that's a deficit spend. Who's making up the spend? The taxpayers of Roswell. Why should a taxpayer of Roswell make up the deficit spending in program inside of Parks and Rec? Because yes, we have a fantastic program, incredibly, super successful. All the more, it shouldn't be subsidized by the rest of the taxpayers. It should even out. It's pretty simple stuff. That's part of what's being rectified. You saw the same thing. You can see the same thing happen you're gonna see the same thing happen in the fire department. Like all the fire fees, don't charge for. Like, why don't you do that? ComDev fees being corrected, public works fees being corrected, because it's not appropriate to put that on the backs of the Roswell taxpayers. Roswell taxpayers don't need to subsidize things that should be equivocated in cost. And Parks and Recs fees is a perfect example, particularly when it's successful. When it's super successful and there's a high demand, and there's already a program, by the way, for scholarships for kids who can't afford it. We have a program. We will subsidize scholarship programs for kids who can't afford it. But the overwhelming majority, hey, I'm paying $100, and the program costs $120. That doesn't make any sense. This is a perfect example. If you want about the nuts and bolts of what this is about, it's about like, why do taxpayers paying $20 for a Parks and Rec program where you could easily get $120 for it? That's the answer to the question. Sorry, Jeff.
Good answer, sir.
I mean, it's just simple. It's quit subsidizing stuff. If people saw behind the curtain, you trust us to do the right thing, and the right thing is quit subsidizing programs, and you say, no, equivocate the cost, get it right.
Any other questions for me?
I'm sure you'll come back. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Thank you very much. Christine, do you have a motion?
I do. Motion to approve item number 4, approval of the FY 2025 budget for the city of Roswell, Georgia, in the amount of $197,025,114 with the added change and delete item.
Yes, let's be very clear. So there's an added delete of $800,000 total for econ development. It was one for $600,000 was going to admin. Operating contingency. Yep.
And this is the second reading.
Thanks. Everybody clear on the add delete? Lee? Okay. All right, very good. This motion's made by Christine Hall. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilmember Mortland. Everybody understands the budget, FY 2025 budget, second reading as it's presented with the add delete currently in place. Showing your support, please raise your hands. Let the record show that the FY 25 budget second reading passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you very much, everybody. Councilmember Hall, would you read the next item under finance, please?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 5, approval of a resolution adjusting fees for the fiscal year 2025, and this will be presented by Lynn Williams, our budget manager.
Thank you.
Good evening.
We won't let you go that quickly.
And I've got one more after this. So this is the rate resolution that goes along with the proposed budget and was part of the presentation earlier this evening and was mentioned at the presentation of the budget and during the first reading as well. So the rates that we're looking at changing are for community development fees, the fire inspection and fees, and for the utilities, there's some one-time charges that we would like to increase the rates on for water and for solid waste. It might be a little bit small, but on the left in the green is our current rates for community development, and on the right are the rates that we would go to. A majority of these, we have not changed these rates since 2019, and a majority of these are well within our comparative cities. We are looking to recuperate our costs based on what we're trying to charge for what we are actually using. This page is for building applications, and so is this page. On the left, it is struck through if they changed the amount, and if there was no change, like this $100 to this $100, there is no strike through on those revenues. These are the engineering applications and the planning and zoning applications. The fire fees are next. The House bill did recommend separating out fire fees, and we do want to charge the fire fees based on what we are actually using for that department. And so for plan review, we have, these are new fees. So this is plan review, inspections, permits, and a few services down there at the bottom. And so these would be the fees that we would establish with this budget. The water one-time fees, these are capacity fees based on the meter size. So this is when you're doing a new construction, you pay a capacity fee when you're adding on to the water system. And so that would be the capacity fee. The meter fee is what the meter that measures how much water. So, and they've separated that out into 3 brackets. Existing, short, and long. And that was mentioned at the work session earlier this evening. The hydrant meter rental and the bacteria sampling fee is also listed on here. For solid waste, we do have some adjustment on the transfer station. That new transfer station went in, and we are looking to utilize more of the capacity that we have at that transfer station. So this is where we collect garbage at the actual site on Hemmer. They are, at the top, they are going to open it to non-residents, and the charges along with those non-resident fees is associated and listed there. On the left-hand side, you will see that the resident fees do not change from current to proposed, but in the non-resident, there is a listing there of what they would charge for each of those items. On the bottom of this page, you have the construction material that they would like to take in there at the transfer station. They'll have a new trailer that will allow them to take in construction materials. And so we have a amount there at the bottom per ton for residents, and then a non-resident fee. And those are the ones that I'm covering with this resolution.
Lynn, thanks so much. Does council have any questions or comments for Lynn? Councilmember Beeson.
Just going to reiterate the same thing I said before. Highly encourage anybody who wants more context on any of the fees that were just discussed, or their increase, or what they go towards specifically, to please tune into the 5 p.m. work session from earlier this evening.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other thoughts, comments, questions from council? None. Any Roswell residents that would like to weigh in on the approval of resolution adjusting fees for the fiscal year 2025? Thank you very much. Being there none, bring it back to any final thoughts, comments, or questions? Nope. Thank you. Councilmember Hall, ball's in your court. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Mayor. A motion to approve item number 5, approval of a resolution adjusting fees for the fiscal year 2025.
Thank you, Christine. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Johnson. By showing your hands, please raise your hands if you approve the resolution. Let the record state that the resolution is passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Hall, would you next address the next item, please?
Yes, sir. Item number 6, approval of a resolution to adopt the FY 2024 six-month end-of-year budget amendment and adopt all budget amendments for the FY 2024 6-month, presented by Lynn Williams.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you very much. So this item, as we come to December 31st, is the closeout of our six-month budget. There are a few cleanup items I'd like to address with this end-of-year budget amendment, and all budget amendments have to be adopted by resolution by state law. So this is a resolution. The 2024 six-month budget, I have At general fund, it is performing very well. The things, the adjustments that we need to make are for fire to facility services. We had budgeted most of the repairs in facility services, but the utilities were still in fire. So we want to adjust that and put that within facility services. We were able to get that moved, and we want to report it with facilities if it's related to a facility. The police Slow Down Roswell initiative, this is using the school zone fines, and this would add $80,000 for Slow Down Roswell initiative, and it is using the school zone fines. We did have a grant come in that said that there was not an actual grant match required for that. So I'm reducing that by $270,000 and transferring that to capital projects. We're also using $2 million of fund balance, existing fund balance, to go to capital projects, which is listed here. So for the capital projects, the top line is the transfers in, was at the bottom of the other page. The CAD system, this is computer-aided dispatch services. So this is a funding that we are seeking from the federal government, and this would be the match required for that dispatch software. So we're asking for $1 million for that. The future capital asset replacement funding that we had on hand, we would like to reduce that and then put it in the citywide facilities maintenance project based on facility condition assessment. So that is $800,000 that will allow us to do repairs and things throughout the year. Customer service remodel project at City Hall, total project cost is 2.4, putting $1 million into that. Small equipment project for $70,000 for recreation. This allows them to buy things like mowers and zero turns and those kinds of equipment. The recreation and maintenance capital project there at the bottom, this would allow them to continue to maintain various items of up to $200,000 for FY25. This is maintaining our current assets, maintaining. For water fund, I needed to create a project, and that in our ordinance says I can't do that without council approval. So equipment replacement for water plant, and they would like to use their water line project dollars to do that. So this is just creating that project and using water line dollars. And that's all I have on that.
Thanks, Lynn. Thanks so much for the approval of resolution to adopt the FY24 6-month end-of-year budget amendment. Any thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Being there none, are there any thoughts, comments, or questions from Roswell residents? Being there none, any final comments? Councilmember Hall, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, sir. Item number 6, motion to approval of a resolution to adopt the FY 2024 6-month end-of-year budget amendment and adopt all budget amendments for FY 2024 6-month.
Thank you, Christine. Seconded by Councilmember David Johnson. All in favor, please raise your hands. Let the record show that the budget amendment for FY 2024 passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lynn. Councilmember Beeson, the next items, we're in public safety. Would you read the first item under public safety?
Yes. First item for public safety this evening is fire response analysis presentation. This will be presented by Dr. Chief Joe Panino, DPA, EFO, CFO, PMP.
No doubt. No doubt. Welcome.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. We are excited to be here tonight to present the results of our fire station analysis. We appreciate everybody being patient. This was a long time coming, but we wanted to make sure that we did it right and did not rush through it. The $52 million in bond funds for public safety, we take very seriously and want to make good decisions that are not short-sighted and that serve the citizens of Roswell well for decades to come. I have with me tonight Fire Data Manager Alex Thames, And we are lucky to have him as a city. He's got a master's degree in fire and emergency management from Oklahoma State, a bachelor's degree in geotechnology and GIS. He's one of only 11 individuals in the country certified from the Center of Public Safety Excellence as a fire and emergency services analyst. And he's also a certified geographic information systems professional. And before getting him from Gwinnett Fire, he worked as a special project manager from a leading fire service analytics firm. And also, I forgot to mention in the work session that he got engaged to his fiancee, Katie, within the last 2 weeks. I hope she's not watching.
She is not happy.
Yeah, fantastic. Real quick, before I turn it over to Alex while he's getting his notes out, we were notified today, this is hot off the press, exciting news, that the Roswell Fire Department was selected to receive the prestigious Senator Paul S. Sarbanes Fire Service Safety Leadership Award, which is co-sponsored by the Congressional Fire Service Institute and the National Fallen Firefighter Foundation. It's awarded to organizations that demonstrate exceptional leadership and innovation in advancing firefighter safety and health. It highlights the success of the City of Roswell's efforts in advancing firefighter safety through the implementation of our new work schedule, which has had a transformative impact on the health and well-being of our firefighters. This recognition is a testament to the support of you all, Mayor and Council, and for supporting these innovative programs. The award will be formally presented at the 35th Annual National Fire and Emergency Services Dinner on February 13th in Washington, D.C. So I wanted to make sure that you all are the first to know about it.
Thanks, Joe. Congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. Turn it over to Alex.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Council, Mr. Mayor,
Hey, Alex.
Mr. Knighton. Thank you for your patience and time this evening. We're going to start this presentation off with some recommendations here to kind of guide our conversation as we move through this evening. The first item in the immediate term is to implement traffic preemption on all existing and future traffic lights within the City of Roswell. Item number 2 is to relocate Fire Station 27 to this site of East Roswell Park. Fire Station 27 is currently located down by the Chattahoochee River on Hulen Bridge Road. Point 3 is to retain a portion of the city-owned site at Bowen Road and 92 for the future site of Fire Station 23. And the last item is to retain the existing locations or sites of Fire Station 21 here in downtown, Station 24 in East Roswell, and Fire Station 26 in the northern part of the city. In the shorter term, we're looking to relocate Fire Station 23 to the retained property at Bowen and 92, as well as relocate Fire Station 22 into the area of State Route 9 and Hulen Bridge Road. Lastly, in the medium to long term, the fire department is recommending the relocation of Fire Station 25, currently by the hospital on Alpharetta Highway, into the area of Hembry Road and Howes Road. About this analysis model. This model uses a proven facility optimization approach with a novel fire service data set. And you can see on the left-hand side is a map showing that final configuration. The lighter the colors, the more brief the travel times. The darker the colors, the more elongated the travel times. This model is designed to optimize facilities in locations that improve services to the most addresses. It is trained on addresses. The data set is a product of collaboration within city departments. We worked with RDOT and the GIS division to ensure accurate data frameworks such as the use of real traffic data. So our peak time traffic model is trained off of streetlight data, the software that transportation uses to perform their analyses. It integrates realistic considerations for fire apparatus behaviors. This includes how we turn a fire vehicle, how we brake and accelerate, and the realistic factors that cause those vehicles to act the way they do on a road. This model's accuracy was validated against historical RFD data over the last year and is aligned with the 2021 CPSM gap analysis findings published a couple years ago. Lastly, to this slide, the data set was adapted to model the impacts of intelligent traffic preemption systems, and this was found to be extremely accurate compared to the results of neighboring cities who use the same system. Some outcomes to consider. 4-minute travel times, and travel times are when a fire apparatus leaves its station, rolls out of the bay until when it arrives on scene of a call, are critical in defining outcomes for incidents. And so we use that as a benchmark, as a gold standard to ensure positive outcomes for our community. To explain how the response phase and process goes for our fire department, though, and any department who provides that public service, It starts with a pre-dispatch phase, which is variable. It could be an immediate notification or it could persist for some time. On average, it's about 3 minutes. And that starts when someone actually experiences emergency. They see someone have a cardiac arrest or a medical emergency. It could be that a fire alarm starts because a fire has happened in a building. But regardless, it varies. That phase ends when someone picks up the phone and calls 911 and our 911 center picks up that phone. That begins the call taking time. This is a highly structured period where we pick up that phone and ends when our dispatchers hit the buttons to dispatch our fire crews. This is benchmarked at 1 minute, and cumulatively speaking, into the incident, we're already 4 minutes in this tracking process. Call taking time is asking extremely structured questions by our fire dispatchers, and call takers, excuse me, to make sure that we are sending the right resources and right skill sets to mitigate that particular emergency, whatever it may be. As it ends with our crews getting dispatched, it starts a new phase, turnout time. This starts, as I said, when the lights go off in the station and we hear tones for a call, and it ends when those crews leave the station. This can happen at any time, whether it's in the middle of the night, during the day, they could be working out, anything, but the expectation is that they immediately get up and make their way to the apparatus bay, they get turned out in their gear if it's a fire, and they get in the truck and they leave immediately. This is benchmarked at 1 minute and 20 seconds. In practice, we're closer to 2 minutes, but part of the process of station relocation analysis is finding opportunities for improvement, and this is an area where we think we can capitalize. That comes to fire station design. As we make recommendations about facilities being relocated, the opportunity arises for us to build those stations intelligently so that our crews have the minimal amount of time between when they are made aware of a call and when they get in that truck and leave the fire station. As those crews leave the station, we talk about travel time now. That is leaving, rolling out of the bay until when they get on scene of that call. We're back to 4 minutes here, and the cumulative time in the process of this incident is up to 9 minutes and 20 seconds with a 4-minute travel time benchmark. A 4-minute travel time benchmark is critical in getting those positive outcomes to calls, whether it's EMS or fire. We use this as a gold standard approach for high-quality emergency services, and we have a graphic here we want to make sure that we talk about. If you follow the silver line across, you can see that travel time starts, or turnout time, excuse me, starts with that black box, but all of that time left of the red dashed line is time which fire is unaware that the incident has already begun, whether 911 is taking the call or the public is experiencing that emergency. And so by the time we're aware of the call, we have already had, in this case, a fire, grow a decent amount. And then we have to take 1 minute and 20 seconds to get turned out for that call if it's a fire and get in the truck. So now we're 5 minutes and 20 seconds into a fire growing greatly. Modern construction and components inside of a building mean that fires are growing at a very strong rate nowadays compared to prior materials in buildings. And so that 4-minute travel time, as you see on that graphic, you have fire growth up to unrestricted. Lowering our travel times is key to improving outcomes here. So let's take a look at our current 7 stations in a peak traffic model, worst case model right here, because we have high traffic density, high speeds. You can see on the left-hand side that travel time map, and we've got some circles here for you. These are all aligned with that 2021 study that was previously published. The gaps you see, whether it's in East Roswell circled on the right side of that map, Southwest Roswell along the river and Marietta Highway, and in the northwest corner along 92, they all have currently extended travel times. Again, travel time, fire apparatus leaving the station to getting on scene. But we also want to monitor some statistics as we go through this process, starting with the 90th percentile score. Currently in our current fire station allocation, we are clocking at about 6 minutes and 56 seconds within the analysis model. Again, compared to empirical RFD data, this is very close in alignment. We use 90th percentile because we have an extremely high expectation of service in order to serve our citizens. 90th percentile statistics are our preferred statistic. It is that gold standard because it demonstrates that a majority of the data is meeting that expectation and that it's not easily impacted by outlier statistics, such as a lot of zero travel times or a lot of really long travel times. Conversely, averages only show the middle, and they're extremely influenced by that information. So utilizing that 90th percentile gives us that gold standard approach. The second statistic we want to mention here is really important because we're also looking at not just performance, but how well we reach addresses within the city broadly. And so here you see addresses with greater than 4-minute travel times. And in the current situation, without any traffic preemption or any other changes, this is how it is today, during peak conditions, we can't meet 31,000 of the 45,000 addresses within 4 minutes. Traffic conditions preclude us from it. Distance from stations is another factor. So here, we're also looking to bring this number down and improve the access of our citizens to a fire station within 4 minutes of travel time. So let's start with traffic impacts specific to preemption. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see that same map, our current situation. On the right-hand side, you can see the proposed impacts or the modeled impacts of traffic preemption systems, particularly an intelligent system that coordinates green lights from where the fire apparatus currently is located to the scene of their call, making a corridor for our vehicles to get to that scene quickly. A point to note here is that using the system proposed would allow us to also have neighboring agencies with the same system to use our road intersections, and we could use theirs as a process of assisting each other. In terms of impacts, you could see the southwest corner of the city along the river does see some notable improvements. However, gaps in East Roswell and Northwest Roswell still remain. And this is in part due to distance from fire stations. You can turn lights green, but ultimately it still takes time to cross the city and get to certain aspects of the geography. Before I move on, I did miss one point. The overall impact of this is an 18% travel time reduction citywide on that 90th percentile score. So if you'll go back and think the 6 minutes and 56 seconds, this would trim approximately a minute off, and that's a 18% improvement, 1 minute. During this process of analysis, we were posed with the exercise of what would happen if we started from a blank slate and we just scratched the city clean and said, let's put fire stations in succession, excuse me. And while we did find that using 6 fire stations had the potential for improving travel and response times, there are multiple highly dependent factors that make this an unrealistic approach. Firstly, it would require precise facility placement on the exact parcels you see on the map with those purple stars. It doesn't matter whether the size is acceptable or the availability of the parcel itself. It would demand those locations. Second, it couldn't be a phased approach. We looked at it, and ultimately, you would have to build all the facilities that would be relocated at the same time and then cut over from their existing facilities. And that would be a very challenging feat. Third, it would also require 5 stations to be built. If you'll recall from the first slide, we're only proposing 4 in the fire department's plan. So this is a less economical option. It would also, for the one station that would remain, would be Fire Station 24 in East Roswell. The allocated location is very close to the existing facility. The fourth item is closing Fire Station 26. The model itself is based on address density, and that region of the city is extremely low on density. So in that area, the analysis model, which is trained to focus on accessing the most addresses as quickly as possible, does not see the value in covering that area, and therefore we have to address it in a different way. The last point here is it would also take a station out of downtown Roswell and potentially leave part of the center of the city less covered than it currently is. Some observations, though. This exercise did teach us a couple things about the city and how the model interprets our city's addresses and needs for coverage. First and foremost, Station 26 is in a position where it would be wise to retain it. Another point about retaining Fire Station 26 is you'll see the black square with a 41 next to it. That's Milton Fire Department Station 41. That's in the process of being relocated deeper into their city. We are an automatic aid partner with the City of Milton Fire Department. However, if they relocate that facility deeper into their geography, the value that they're able to provide the North region without Fire Station 26 would be diminished greatly. Some other highlights to quickly touch on. In the inset map, you could see Fire Station 24 is very close to its existing site, and the recommended location for Fire Station 27 is within a couple hundred feet of the Fouts Road site being recommended for the relocation of Station 27. So keeping in mind that we're doing a progressive analysis process here, Station 24 and 26 remaining in place, Station 27 being relocated as recommended, we ran the model again to scramble the remaining 4 stations in a 7 fire station placement model. And what we found was a couple interesting results. Firstly, that with traffic preemption included, Fire Station 21 remains in downtown Roswell, very close to its existing site. And so our recommendation this evening is to retain that site and keep a station in downtown Roswell. Item number 2 here is if you look at the site of Fire Station 23's allocation, you can see it shows up around Hardscrabble and State Route 92, very, very close to the existing city property at Bowen and 92. And so our recommendation is to retain a piece of that property and eventually build Fire Station 23 at that site. Some other iterations of this model showed trends in the locations of Fire Stations 22 and 25 that we'd like to call your attention to. Firstly, Station 22 would move further southeast. The model consistently wanted to move it further southeast. Station 25, it wants to move west, deeper into the center of the city. So the final future configuration for the fire stations in this city would look like this. You would have Fire Stations 21, 24, and 26 retained in location, 23 and 27 relocated, and then Fire Stations 22 and 25 also relocated, but we have those in those hatched zones you see on the map as areas of interest where we want to collaborate with other city departments and stakeholders to identify proper sites in those regions to relocate facilities in the future. We do not have a particular site in mind in those regions just yet. And talking about statistics, because this is really important to demonstrate the value gained here, is going along the top again, at the 90th percentile, we're currently running at around 6 minutes and 56 seconds within the model's analysis, and 31,000 addresses, over 31,000 addresses not being reached within 4 minutes during the peak period of traffic. With these locations in mind, we're able to drop the 90th percentile score to 4 minutes and 48 seconds, significantly closer to our benchmark. And again, 90th percentile is the majority of data. So we're hitting our 4-minute benchmark a great deal of the time. And you can see we dropped that addresses count with greater than 4-minute travel time under 25% with only 11,000 addresses. That is a 20,000 address change and a 64% improvement. That is market improvement with the 4 relocations proposed here. Some other key points to hit on as I close: continue with full implementation of automatic aid through our CAD integration. Allowing us to work with our partnering cities around us will help us to reduce travel times across the city and improve our full responses for working incidences. We also recommend collaborating with RDOT to review traffic engineering in key areas. If we are able to alter some of the traffic engineering aspects of the city, we have the opportunity to improve travel times even more. Lastly, fire station placement is not done in a vacuum. It has to be done with economic development, for example, in mind. And so you could see some of those economic development initiatives circled. Some of those have been discussed this evening, as well as the orange polygon, which is the TAD, recently passed, if I'm correct, Chief. That TAD, you could see Fire Station 22's proposed zone aligns with the TAD extremely well, almost overlaps. And Fire Station 27's proposed relocation to East Roswell Park also falls within the TAD. And so the fire department is recognizing this and calling out the potential funding source that the TAD may have in assisting with these fire station relocations. So with that, Chief, the next steps here proposed today is seeking approval to move forward with citywide traffic preemption and seeking the approval to proceed with relocating Fire Station 21 to Fouts Road south of Hulen Bridge at East Roswell Park. That I'll entertain any questions from council as well as the public. Thank you.
Alex, great job. Thank you. Congratulations on your engagement. Does council have, I know we talked about this in the work session. Do you have any, yes, sir, Councilman Worthley?
Just a clarifying statement. You said moving Station 21, you meant Station 27 per the slide?
I misspoke. I'm sorry.
There you go.
You catch him on the one thing he gets wrong.
It's 11 o'clock at night, Will.
All right, I'm going to move this to Sarah now, since you did the presentation. It's fantastic. And just go straight to the next item. Sarah, if you want to introduce it.
Yeah, so understanding that this is just an informational item, we'll move along to item number 8. Approval to award a contract with Temple Incorporated for traffic preemption in an amount not to exceed $733,535.20 and budget amendment 3503-5101-12-09-24 in the amount of $281,580 This is presented by Brian Watson. In the interest of fairness, Brian Watson, PEPHBCWRE. I used all of his post-nominals. I'll use yours as well.
Wow, thank you. Good evening, Mayor
You're
and
decorated,
Council,
so.
and I appreciate that. I don't
Welcome,
often
Brian.
get that one. First off, no, I'm not moving to the fire department. I'm fortunate enough to get to present these items under public safety, so I do appreciate it. But the fire station analysis that was just presented contained a few recommendations. The first of those is to implement traffic preemption. Therefore, staff recommends entering into a contract with Temple Incorporated to provide traffic preemption for all 106 signalized traffic intersections throughout the city. Temple Incorporated is a company that's based in Alpharetta and provides the type of traffic preemption that best suits the city. In addition to all of the signalized intersections, this contract will outfit 24 of the first response vehicles from the fire department with the necessary equipment. This contract will be for 5 years and provides a warranty on all the equipment and as well as the connectivity. This technology is currently being used by several North Fulton cities, and as mentioned in the fire station analysis, which was fantastic, will enhance response times for our fire department. And with that, I'll take any questions that you all may have.
Thanks, Brian. Council, have any thoughts, comments, or questions? Thank you very much. Do any Roswell residents have any thoughts, comments, or questions on the matter of the approval to award a contract with Temple for traffic preemption? Thank you very much. Bring it back to council. Final thoughts? Councilmember Beeson, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I guess final thought being that we discussed in the work session earlier how that budget breakdown, why it's separate as a budget amendment versus the 733. So reference for folks watching. Approval to award a contract, or motion to approve to award a contract with Temple Incorporated for traffic preemption in an amount not to exceed $733,535.20 and budget amendment 3503-35101-12-09-24 in the amount of $281,580. It is very late, and these are large numbers. So with that, there's the motion.
Thank you, Sarah. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilmember Johnson. All those in favor of the approval of this motion, please show so by raising your hands. Let the record show that the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Brian. Congratulations, Joe. Congratulations, Alex. And congratulations, City of Roswell. Big deal. All right, there's another item. Sarah, would you present it, please, ma'am?
Yes, item number 9, approval to award a task order to Hussey Gay Bell for the design of fire station number 27 in an amount not to exceed $540,198. Again, this is presented by Brian Watson.
Thank you very much. This is as exciting as the traffic preemption. The second recommendation that was made in the traffic analysis was for the design of fire station to move forward with the design of fire station number 27. Number 27, which is currently located at 8025 Hulen Bridge Road on the far east side of Roswell, is supposed to be relocated to Fouts Road, just south of the intersection of Hulen Bridge Road, on property that is currently owned by the city, which is East Roswell Park. The design will include all site work needed as well as the design of a new building. The building is estimated to be approximately 10,500 square feet and will accommodate 3 truck bays, 8 bunks, kitchen, dining room area, office space, gear lockers, an EMS storage, workout room, bathrooms with showers, and storage for gear. To date, the city has actually done quite a bit of work to get prepared for this. We have conducted a boundary and topographic survey, preliminary geotechnical investigation, and developed a conceptual site layout and building layout in conjunction with Chief Panino and his team. So the design would be completed by Hussey Gay Bell, who's one of our design consultants under the AE Design Services for Public Safety Facilities contract. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Brian. Council, any thoughts, comments, or questions? Being there none, any Roswell residents with any thoughts, comments, or questions on this particular matter at hand? Being there none, Councilmember Beeson, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, please. Motion to approve to award a task order to Hussey Gay Bell for the design of fire station number 27 in an amount not to exceed $540,198.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Johnson. All in favor, please raise your hands. Let the record show that the task order to Hussey Gay Bell passes unanimously for Fire Station 27. Congratulations, Brian. Congratulations, Joe and Alex and the rest of the team. Well done. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is community development. Councilman Worthman, would you read the first item under community development, please, sir?
Yes, sir. The item number 10, cell tower, 11675 Wills Road. The applicant has requested a deferral to a future meeting.
Thank you very much. The item is being deferred to a future meeting. No date is given. Jackie, I see you standing there. I don't think there's any questions to address. With your permission, I'm going to move on. Councilman Morrison, would you make a motion, please, sir?
Yes, sir. At the request of the applicant, we are making a motion to defer the cell tower at 11675 Wills Road to a future meeting.
Outstanding. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Beeson. All in favor of the deferral, please raise your hands. Let the record show that the deferral is unanimous. Thank you very much. Councilman Wortham, we reach the next item under community development, please, sir.
Next item is RC 2023-5097, Old Riverside Road, the Metropolitan River Protection Act, presented by Jeannie Payton.
Good
Welcome,
evening,
Jeannie.
Mayor and Council. I'm Jeannie Payton, Director of Planning and Zoning. I'm presenting the item for the Metropolitan River Protection Act on Old Riverside Road. It's application 2023-5097. The first slide shows the river corridor and the location of the property. It was previously heard on November 12th. This shows the property as it sits off of Riverside Road. There are two tracks, one south of Riverside and one north, and it is currently zoned RS18, and the applicant is proposing to develop a 6-lot subdivision under the RS18 residential single-family zoning. This is another view of the property and shows that it is surrounded by RS18 properties as well. At the last meeting, it was brought into question of whether the signature of the owner was the correct signature, and we asked the applicant to provide new information. They provided the probate documents proving that the signature that we had was from Robin Elam, and that is who was on those documents. It was also brought into question the absence of the 150-foot buffer off of the Chattahoochee River, and we asked them for a new site plan, and it was provided. We ran those items through ARC and our consultant there, Jim Santo, who is here tonight, and he said that those items were fine. It did not need to come back to him for review. This shows the calculations that were checked during the process and the fact that they found it consistent. So staff recommends approval of RC 2023-5097. This shows the process that this application will go through. After it gets the MERPA credits approved, it will go for a stormwater concept meeting, then for a preliminary plat, which is presented to the Planning Commission and voted on. It will go through the LDP process. After that's submitted and initiated, they can submit for final plat, which is approved here at Mayor and Council. All of this prior to building permits. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Jeannie, very much. Council, any comments or questions for Jeannie or comments on the matter? Councilor Beeson first. Councilor Hall.
Thank you. I believe there were two questions from the residents last time. The one was the signature and the other was whether that strip was included. And I'm sorry, I may have missed it if you addressed that.
I went pretty quickly. Yes, it was related to the fact that the buffer was not shown on the plan and then how that would affect that entrance driveway. And in working with ARC, entrances, crossings in a buffer like that are permitted. So that would be something that would be permitted and not counted against them. The credits they're allowed are for the lot development.
So all the calculations are appropriate?
Yes.
Thank you.
And do not change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Jeannie. Councilor Beeson.
All right. I'm going to assume that there is 2 rows of folks who are staring at me right now, not because you just really enjoy civic engagement at like 11:30 on a Monday night, but because this is an item that you want to speak on or you are concerned about. I will reiterate the same comments that I gave during the previous time that we heard the MERPA. For MERPAs, which is the Metropolitan River Protection Act, this is purely procedural. It's done from like a 1972 act that was passed by the Georgia legislature that requires the Atlanta Regional Commission to oversee any development within 2,000 feet of the buffer of the Chattahoochee River. They oversee that ultimately, which is why she showed the email. However, the local municipality has to execute it at the local level. So it's pretty much just a measurement that they assess, with the exception of the 2 questions that we received last time, which are typically not heard during a MRPA. But that said, we still have about 10 departments within the city that hear any application related to this type of development, in addition to the remaining dozen steps that this would have to go through in order to be approved. So with a MRPA, that doesn't necessarily inherently mean that it is approved or denied. It's purely procedural. So with that, I'm ready to move forward.
Thanks, Sarah. Any other thoughts, comments, questions from council? God bless you guys. What are you doing here? God bless you. I mean, honestly, I wish I reached out. I said, Mr. Knight, will you please reach out to these poor MRPA people before this meeting is the last thing. What are you doing here? All right, you guys want to talk about MRPA? Come on. But it's MRPA. Like, if it's not MRPA, it's going to say, guys, it's going to go in the process. But anyone want to talk on this? We're good, thank you. Okay. I'm sorry you had to sit through 4.5 hours. I really am. God bless you. All right, are there any Roswell residents that would like to address Old Riverside Road Metropolitan MRPA Act? I have to ask formally. I mean, if they're not, I'll bring it back to council. Additional thoughts or comments or questions? Sarah Beeson, Councilmember Beeson, would you like to make a motion, please, ma'am?
This is Will. I'm off the clock. This is Will's.
Will, would you like to make a motion, please?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Sarah.
Motion to approve RC 2023-5097, Old Riverside Road, Metropolitan River Protection Act.
Thank you, Will. Do I have a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Johnson. All in favor, please raise your hands. Let the record show that the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. City Attorney Davidson, do you have, well, next you're up, City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. The only item I have is recommendation for closure to discuss personnel, litigation, and real estate.
Good God, we have closure. Do I have a motion for closure? Motion made by Councilman Johnson for closure. Do I have a second for closure?
If I motion, do I have to go?
Yes, you do.
Nope.
Okay, I'm not going to adjourn. And you're never coming back. I need another closure. You got some items, don't you? Yeah, we got some items. No, you can't do it here. I need a second for closure. Second. Well, never coming back. Second. All in favor of closure, please raise your hands. We're heading to closure. Let's go. All right, let's knock it out, guys.
I think you owe me an apology.